Welcome. So in this video, I just want to very quickly explain how my course actually works. So this is an ever expanding course with new lessons every week. So keep in mind that this current look of our curriculum will increase in its size every week. Now, at the end of each section name, you will notice a certain letter inside square brackets. This indicates the difficulty for our students because letter B stands for beginner. Letter I will stand for intermediate and letter A will stand for advanced. So each of those letters represents the difficulty that you should actually follow. So please don't try to overdo it and jump immediately onto advanced lessons depending on when you join the course, because in all reality you should really go through all of them. The next thing, which is extremely important, is to practice and do the challenges. I cannot stress this enough, especially if you are a beginner. You do need to do your challenges. Spend at least 15 minutes on each of those at the bare minimum. Because if you just go and watch the theory of pixel art behind it, you will not improve that much. If you really want to do pixel art for your living, please do practice, because 95% should be practice and maybe 5% should be theory. That is really the formula that you should follow. So if you do want to make better pixel art, please practice it. Same thing applies to everything in your life. If you want to be successful at something and you want to advance and grow, you need to practice it. Theory in itself will not be of that much use if it's not put into practice. Alright, this is it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, I will explain which pixel art software should you use. Please do keep in mind that all of the softwares here on the list and in this section have all the options you need to do everything in pixel art. So they have the options to create sprites, to export sprites. You can create animations and tiles in all of them. Now, certain software do it better than the others, so they are stronger in one field when they are weaker in another. Some are free, some are paid. So let's go and let me just quickly run over the four that I've picked for you. First one is the free one. This is Piscal. The main advantage of this program is that, well, it's free, but it's also browser based. You have everything you need. You have layers, you have animations, you have all the tools that you need to create nice pixel art. When it comes to Pixel Edit, this is a paid software. It costs $9, one-time purchase, and you get an access to this extremely useful software when it comes to tiling systems. Now, yes, you can do animation here, but Pixel Edit is really known for its tiling based system. You can create tiles really easily in it, and that means creating very fast games. Now, when it comes to Sprite is probably the #1 tool when it comes to pixel art. You can pretty much do anything you want. You can animate, you can tag frames, do onion skin, you can create your own color palettes, you have custom brushes, exporting, importing, pretty much everything you actually need. But it doesn't have a very nice tiling system as Pixel Edit does. Now, like I said, Pixel Edit is the best when it comes to tiles. When it comes to everything else, Sprite is #1. Now, Sprite, you can buy it, and I believe it goes to Steam, and it costs $15. These are the three main pixel art tools that I personally love to use. Piscal is the free one, and it's the best one. I intended to include Krita and GIMP in this entire section, but however, those two software are not really that beginner friendly when it comes to creating pixel art, especially when it comes to animation. It's not intuitive and it's very limited. But Piscal is doing the awesome job for being a free online editor for pixel art, and I highly suggest it if you don't have currently the option to buy Pixel Edit or Sprite. Now, the last one on the list is Photoshop. I included this one only for existing artists that use 2D digital art, be it for animation, for concept art, or for design. It doesn't matter. Use Photoshop for pixel art only, and only if you already have Photoshop. Please do not purchase Photoshop if you are doing the pixel art only. Photoshop is mainly used for photo manipulation and creating different designs and 2D digital art. But it's not intended for pixel art because right in the start, first you need to make your tools work for pixel art. You need to actually tweak them a little bit. And even after that, the animation in Photoshop is really horrible. I will explain how to do it in this section, but I highly suggest that you avoid Photoshop if you can. But yes, I included it here just for those of you who already have Photoshop and don't want to switch anything else. What do I personally use? Well, I use Pixel Edit for creating tiles, and I use Sprite for creating characters and animations. Occasionally, I will use Photoshop for creating high resolution backgrounds, and I'm talking about 320 pixels by 160, so kind of high resolution. But yes, Pixel I don't use because Sprite has everything that Pixel has and even more. But again, this isn't free. You have the trial version, the free version you can try out. Same applies to Pixel Edit. So if you don't want to invest currently in any extra pixel art program, please go with Pixel. It will be more than enough, I assure you. You can go all the way to expert level with Pixel, but once you get to the highest level, you certainly will want to go to Pixel Edit and Sprite because they will just fasten your workflow. Okay, so this is it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Well, I will start actually explaining how to use these softwares. Welcome. In this lesson, I will show you how to use Photoshop for pixel art. Photoshop isn't mainly used for pixel art, so we need to prepare it for pixel art specifically, because Photoshop is widely used for photo manipulation as well as 2D digital art. You can get it on adobe.com, and it's a subscription-based model, meaning you pay, I think it's $20 each month or 21 US dollars. But you can get discounts if you're a student and stuff like that. Anyways, you can go here in the creativity and the design tab, click on Photoshop, and then you can buy it. Keep in mind that you will need to sign in and give your credentials to it so you can actually download the Adobe Creative Cloud. If you have an older license like Adobe Photoshop CS6 or something like that, that means you already have a permanent license, so you don't have to upgrade or anything, because any version of Photoshop pretty much will do the work for pixel art. Let's go into Photoshop and start creating our first pixel art in it as a few examples. Here under the File tab, you can create New, and here you have the document that you want to create: width, height, resolution, color mode, and background. Width and height are self-explanatory. You can choose the width and height of your canvas. Let's say it is 32 by 32. Resolution will always be 72 pixels per inch, and color mode is RGB. Unless you want to specifically create pixel art for printing, then you want to use CMYK color, but I think almost all pixel art is created in RGB color. Then you want the background contents to be transparent. You can choose between white background color if you have specified it and transparent. We will use the transparent one. You can keep this on 8-bit, no need to go up or down. And click OK to create our canvas. First tool that we need to use to actually see our canvas over here is the zoom tool. You can click and find it over here. Whenever you hover your mouse over a specific tool, it will show you the shortcut. In this case, it's Z or Z, depending on when you live. Then when you click, you can go and zoom in by scrubbing left or right if you have this option scrubby zoom checked on. If not, then you can just left click to zoom in. Okay, essentially pixel art in Photoshop is quite easy, but you need to set it up. Photoshop can be intimidating to beginners, but since we won't be using most of the tools anyways and their options, you don't need to be scared. I will explain to you how to set it up immediately. Essentially, we have few different groups. First group is drawing tools. We can use drawing tools to draw stuff and erase stuff. Second group are the selection tools, so we can use them to select. And the third one are miscellaneous, which we can use to move stuff or zoom in and zoom out. Zoom is one good example of it. If we look over here to the left, we have plenty of different options. By default, you will have the brush option over here. The shortcut is B, and if you use brush tool, even if you put it on 1 pixel, it won't work, because look what happens. Whenever we draw, it creates this anti-alias effect, which we do not want for pixel art. We want hard square pixels. If you manage to create this, you need to go to pencil tool. We have 4 different ones. We only use the pencil tool, nothing else. Here you can choose the size of our pencil. Let's keep it on 1 pixel. You have different modes. Keep it always on normal, opacity on 100%, and you don't need anything else. So essentially, just choose the pencil tool, choose the size, and you are good to go. Over here, you can choose the colors, or over here. It all depends on you, but I will stick to this one. When you left click, you can choose your colors. And let's keep it on black. You have many different options for the color modes, but keep it here on H, which means hue. So you want the hue wheel to be here, and you have the value and saturation over here. Right, so how does our pencil work? Well, you can see we have easy, hard edges as we wanted them to. If you increase the size, it becomes bigger. And by default, our pencil tool is rounded, so it has a round edge. So this is the first drawing tool. The second drawing tool is the fill tool. If you click over here, which is the G, so we have 2 places down, this is the paint bucket tool. And it has a few properties over here that you want to make sure you adjust. First, tolerance must be 0. Tolerance means that whenever you are trying to paint bucket a certain color, and if you put tolerance, let's say 20, that means the software or Photoshop will look for 20 values up or down that are closest to our current color. So it might paint over 20 different colors. We don't want that. Next one is anti-aliasing. That is the thing that creates those feather edges that I showed you just now on the brush tool. Not something that we want, so keep the anti-alias unchecked. Contiguous and all layers depends on the situation. All layers is self-explanatory. When you paint bucket something, it will put that color on all layers. I usually keep this off because I don't want it. Contiguous, however, is something that you want to understand. So let's create a simple shape over here with our pencil tool. And let's go back to our bucket tool. If I keep this contiguous checked on, that means that it will only paint in until this shape is interrupted by other color. In this case, our shape got interrupted by this black color over here. If I keep this contiguous off, it will paint everything on that layer in that new color, like so. Let me give you another example. If I put 2 of these black shapes over here, and I want to paint them in let's say, red color. If I keep the contiguous on, as long as this layer doesn't change the color, it's all fine. However, if the contiguous is off, it will paint all of that on that layer. Very useful tool. All right, so what is the next one? Well, we have the shapes tool. Allow me to erase these shapes. And you have few different ones over here. You have the rectangle, rounded rectangle, ellipse, polygon, line, a lot of them. Each of those has its own properties up here, and we need to be very careful how to use them. Let's go over the first one, which is the rectangle tool. If I create it just like so, you can see what happens. We create a rectangle with a fill. Fill, which is the red color over here, is what will be painted inside of our rectangle. Stroke is the color of the stroke, which you can see it's currently this gray one. And here is how many points we want our rectangle to be thick when it comes to its line for the outside, meaning the outline. You want to keep it rounded, so let's say 1 or 2 or 3, etc. Quite easy to use. All right, let me just create new layer. Now if you don't want anything, you can just click and choose this option. This means it won't have any fill, so we can create a simple rectangle like so. Quite nice if you don't want to mess around too much when it comes to creating everything by freehand. All right, moving on, we have the rounded rectangle tool, which creates again a rectangle but with rounded edges, and this is the one that you want to avoid. I usually don't use this one because it creates that feather effect. Okay, going on, we have the ellipse tool. Allow me to put everything on 1 pixel, and this ellipse tool is very useful because it creates these kinds of circles. Now you can hold shift to make sure the circles is always the same size, so like this, or you can hold alt to make sure you have it pointed and pinned down to the same location. And if you combine that with shift, you can choose wherever you want to create your new circle. Now if you can notice, our circle also has this feather and anti-alias effect. You can use these tools to practice drawing circles over them. By no means you should use this in pixel art, because whenever you have this feather effect, you can just skip them all together. So when do we use this tool? Well, you can use it to practice. So rectangle tool, you can use it to actually draw rectangles, but the rest of these, like ellipse tool, rounded rectangle tool, just use them for practice, nothing more, nothing else. So if I go over the line tool, here I will create a straight line. Again, you can see this feather effect, not something that we want. If you want to create straight lines, there's a much easier way to do it, and that is using the pen tool. So let's go back to the pencil tool, meaning this one. And now when you draw a straight line, you can hold shift and it will automatically draw a straight line. Even if my mouse goes left or right, it will keep that line straight. If you want diagonal straight line, click once, hold shift, pick wherever you want your line to end, and click again, and you can create a straight line very, very easy. This is really awesome. Okay, moving on. Now that we have this covered, let's go to erasing our lines. If you have the eraser tool over here, you want to make sure your mode is on pencil mode, because if it's on brush mode, you can see this anti-alias effect once again. If you pick pencil mode, then you erase as you should. Again, you can choose the size over here. This is all there is to drawing tools. Now let's jump to the selection tools. Let me draw a few different shapes. Okay, selection tool number 1 is the marquee tool, and you have different options. You have the rectangular, elliptical, single row and column. I usually use only rectangle tool because pixels are also rectangles. And what happens? Well, you can select any part of your image. You can even move this selection, and then when you want to move it anywhere else, you can use the move tool, which is the V shortcut, and you can move it away. If you want to paint in only within that selection, you can do so very easily. So the selection tool is used to put boundaries around something that you want to paint, or if there is anything you would like to paint in or erase, only within that border, selection tool is used for that, especially if you want to select a certain part and move it away. Okay, the second one is the lasso tool. Now this one is something that you should be careful of. Lasso tool has this property anti-alias and feather. You want the feather effect to be on 0 pixels and you want the anti-alias to be off. So now, if you want to select a custom shape, you can do so with the lasso tool. Very, very nice. When it comes to magic wand tool, allow me to create different color for the background. Okay. Magic wand tool essentially picks a certain color on your canvas, and it's quite simple. You have the sample size, you want it to be on point sample, because if you choose any average, it will average out those colors. So point sample is used for pixel art. Tolerance, we have this once more, we want it to be on 0, and anti-alias we want to be off. Contiguous depends again on what you want to achieve. So if I go over here and select this red color, you can see I selected everything on this layer. Why is that? Well, our contiguous is turned off. If we want to have this on, then we will only select the color until it ends, like so. Like the same thing like it was for the paint bucket tool. Okay, one thing that you should know about Photoshop is that you can combine those tools together. So I may choose the rectangle for this one, then I might switch to the lasso tool, and then I will need to hold shift to select extra stuff, as you can see, or hold alt to unselect certain parts. This shift and alt shortcuts in combination work for every single selection tool. So it doesn't matter, I can go with marquee tool, rectangular, and I can unselect. All right, this is how you can make extra selections very, very quickly. The one tool which is outside of this that I certainly want to cover is the picker tool, eyedropper tool. This one essentially picks the color. I never use this shortcut over here, which is, I believe, I, that's right. I always click just and hold alt for temporary color picker. As you can see, you can very, very easily switch between colors. So this is the miscellaneous tool. Another miscellaneous tool is the move tool, which I showed you before. Once we select something, we can move it around and zoom in and zoom out. And this is it for the tools when it comes to Photoshop. Nothing else is needed. The stamp tool, the clone tool, the pen tool, we don't need any of those. I showed you how to create lines, shapes for practice, how to choose color, everything you need to know. Now, we are still not finished for the Photoshop. I still have two things to explain, and that has something to do with animation. Animation is done using the layers. Layers you can find over here, and they work the same way they do in pretty much any digital painting software. Layers, you can think of them as sheets of paper stacked on top of each other. So if I completely erase this layer and create very, very simple shape on layer below it, and let's say I want to create another layer above it in green color. Now look what happens when I draw something above it. It's also above it on canvas. The blue color is not erased, it's just behind our current layer. So you can combine layers in many, many different ways. You can erase layers by clicking delete once you select them. Bear in mind, you always need to have at least one layer, so you cannot erase the last one. You can combine them, so if I have multiple ones, you can duplicate the layer by Ctrl J or right clicking and click duplicate, or even copying it. And then you can merge them by selecting them together. So you can hold Ctrl or Command and left click all the way to the ones you want to combine. And then you can click Ctrl E or Command E to merge them together. Or you have this option, merge layers. You will rarely use this in pixel art, but this is still something that I wanted to point out. Now let's go to the animation tab. we need to actually open up our timeline window, and we can do that by going to the window tab and clicking timeline. We need to create our animation by clicking create video timeline over here, and what you will notice immediately is that over here we have the same layers we have over here. So layer 2 and layer 2 copy. You can see layer 2 and layer 2 copy. This purple color indicates how long does that layer last in our animation. So if you want to create a background layer, let's say we want to rename this to background, you can double click on its letters and it will immediately rename it over here. Let's put our background layer in this green color completely. And if you want your current layer or frame to last less, you can just simply drag this purple bar to whichever length you want. 1F is usually like 1 second. Okay. Now, how do we create an animation? Well, first allow me to create a bit lighter tone for the background so you can see this one better. All right. Now you can see this little arrow tool, which we use to slide over our animation. And if you want to create a simple animation, we need to create another layer. And each layer will be a different frame in our animation. So each layer is another frame except the background one if you use it. So if I click here to create new layer, you can immediately see that I get a new layer. Now bear in mind, you can only edit frames that you can currently see in the animation. So if I go over here, you can see the layer 2 copy or the first frame. As soon as I go over to the other frame, I can no longer edit this frame. It will put out an error that I cannot use the eraser or anything else because the current time is outside the range of the target layer. This basically means if you don't have if the time on the timeline is not on that frame currently, you cannot edit that layer. So let's create simple animation. I will pick this blue color, and on our layer after, I will create a different position and different shape. Now if I try to play this animation, you can see it changes. Quite nice. Now do keep in mind that for each and every frame you need another layer. This is why people don't use Photoshop for animation, because it can get very hard very quickly. As soon as you have more than, let's say, 10 frames, it gets really complicated to follow everything along. That's why professionals use tools like Adobe Animate instead of Photoshop when it comes to animation, that is previous Adobe Flash, or Toon Boom Harmony, etc. For pixel art, unfortunately, this is the only option. And yes, it will be a bit harder, but once you get used to it, you can create very nice animations. Again, if you want to create animation that lasts for like 40-50 frames, which is only on high resolution professional level, you will have to need a lot of patience to create something like that in Photoshop at least. Alright, when it comes to tiling system in Photoshop, unfortunately it doesn't have it. Tiling system is something that we can use to create tile sets and tile maps very easily, very quickly. But if you want to create something similar, you will need to create a bigger canvas, let's say 128 by 128. And then we have this nice little canvas, and on it we can create different tiles. I'll just create a few different ones very quickly just to prove my point. So very quickly I created, well, these are tiles, these are just shapes, but the principle is the same. So you can use the selection tool like this. Then you can hold Control and Alt or Command and Alt and just drag it around. This is how you can replicate tiles very quickly. This is quite useful, but again, it's not a tiling system, but it's the closest thing that we can get to in Photoshop. One more thing about Photoshop is its size. More specifically, it's resizing. So if I create a simple sprite over here and I click Ctrl T, I can resize it. But if I keep it by default, which over here is usually bilinear, look what happens. It automatically creates this anti-alias effect, which is not something that we want. So whenever you have this option of picking interpolation, you always want to keep it on the nearest neighbor. So whenever you resize, it will always keep those hard edges. Even when you save for the web, for example, you should always pick the PNG file because it's a lossless format, and the quality should always be nearest neighbor, especially if you want to resize it to higher resolution. So keep that in mind. Quality or interpolation should always be on nearest neighbor. Okay, so we covered everything. I covered what are each of these tools and how you can use them, how you can use the animation with combination of layers, and how you can copy paste very quickly a tile. Again, keep in mind Photoshop is not primarily used for pixel art, so please use it only if you already have Photoshop for other usage, or you want, aside from pixel art, learn about digital painting or design. If you are planning using only pixel art and pixel art only, Photoshop is probably not the best option, especially because of its price. Okay, this is it for this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Welcome. In this lesson, I will show you how to use Pixel Edit. This software is specifically made for pixel artists for pixel art. Okay, so where can you get it? You can get it from pixeledit.com. You have this Get tab, and you can buy it very simply. It costs only $9 US, so it's really cheap, especially for what you get out of it. It's extremely useful when it comes to tiling systems, and it works on both Windows and Mac. Let's go into our Pixel Edit and let's start doing something so I can explain how everything works. Alright, first you have the File tab where you can create, new document, and you have two different ones. You have single image document and you have tiled document or animation. I will get to each of those in time, but first let's create a single image document, which is self-explanatory. You choose the width and height of our canvas and click create. Now use clipboard size means if you have copied a certain image from the web or anywhere else, you can use the clipboard size and it will automatically adjust width and height based on that image. Okay, so let's create a canvas. You can hold spacebar, then left click and move our canvas around. This is the first thing that you should know. Now we have only a few tools to go through, so this will be quite easy. The first one is the pen tool. Whenever you are interested in a certain shortcut, just hover your mouse over the tool itself and then you can draw. Very, very simple. If you want to choose a color, you have the color picker here, which is quite standard. But what is very interesting about Pixel Edit and is very beginner friendly is shifting hues or creating shadows. Now usually when people shade things, if you are a beginner, they only shift the value and the saturation. When you actually want to move the hue wheel as well. This is okay for beginners, but if you want to create your nice entire color palettes, you should try to avoid this completely. But okay, so we choose the color and now we can simply go and use our pen tool to create stuff. The second one is the eraser tool. It's self-explanatory again. You can erase things that you have drawn previously. Now what is interesting with both of these is that you have properties of each tool above here. So the shape of our pen can be a circle, so if you want to increase the size to, let's say, 12, you can create a nice ball very quickly. Same applies if you want a rectangle. Again, very nice. You can use the size, you can use the line, which can be dotted or not. I usually use the full one. The size, you have the scatter option, which is the randomness of your brush. I usually don't use this at all, but it's over here. The opacity and density. The opacity is quite easy. The lower the opacity, the more transparent your entire brush is. So you can see it paints only part of it until it gets to full color. You want to avoid opacity altogether. Density is the similar thing. So if I reduce the density, you can see how it creates this anti-alias effect, not something that we want in pixel art. So you can avoid both of these with scatter altogether. Use only shape and size. You don't need anything else. Same applies to our eraser. You can use the shape and size. That's completely enough. Next one is the bucket tool. You can use it as same as any other software. So essentially you can just paint in entire field of the same color. One thing to keep in mind is that you have three options: fill outside tile, use all layers, and contiguous. Use all layers is quite simple. You have layers here on the bottom. So if you have multiple layers, it will paint in the color on all of those layers. I usually keep this off. Contiguous, however, is something that you should be aware of. Let me create a simple background, and I want a black color for my pen tool. Look what happens if I keep my contiguous on and off. So when the contiguous is on, it will paint only the closed areas until they change the color, like so. Essentially, it looked for this empty space, and as soon as it changed the color to, let's say, black, it stopped painting in that direction. So it's very useful if you want to paint closed objects. If you want to paint the entire color, then you want this off. And now if I paint inside, you can see our entire color on that layer has been replaced. Very useful. If I wanted to, let's say, change this black color to blue, I change everything because I kept my contiguous off. So I want this to be on if I want to pick and choose by myself specifically what I want to change the colors from. Now, before I get to color replacer, I will keep this pretty much for the last. The color picker, I never click here to use it. Alt is the temporary shortcut, so you can just go and pick colors while you are using your pen tool. Okay. Selection tools, we have two of those. We have the magic wand tool. Again, we have the contiguous, use all layers and select outside tile. Those mean the same. Select outside the tile, I will keep that when I get to this tile document. Again, if the contiguous is on, I will select only this part. Very nice. If I select with the selection tool, which is the other one, then I get this rectangle mark tool. Again, this is only the selection. If you wish to move the selection anywhere else, you can hold Control, left click with the mouse, and you can move this anywhere you want to. Selection tools are used when you want to paint in only inside of our selection. So if I try to paint over it, you can see it doesn't work. But as soon as I come inside our selection, it paints in it. Same applies if you want to erase only a certain part of your image. So magic wand tool and the selection tool all do the same. They select things that you can then paint or move. Now we get to the color picker. The color replacer. When you want to replace a color, you want to use this tool. And essentially you can see the primary and secondary color over here at the top, and your color replacer essentially swaps them on the canvas. Let me give you an example. We have this black color over here, and I want to replace it, so I want it to be behind it. And then the new color, let's say red, this one will replace it. Now if you can see, if I paint it outside, nothing happens. It will only replace this black color and nothing more. This is very useful if you want to swap out colors in your color palette for your entire image. You can use either this color replacer tool, or you can use the paint bucket tool with the contiguous off and unused all layers. Alright, so we covered all of these. If you want to reset your primary and secondary colors, you can simply click on this icon over here. Next we have the tile tools. I will keep those off for now. I will explain them in just a few moments. But the hand tool or the pen tool, which is the space, again, you can move this, your canvas, wherever you want to. The zoom tool, you can use to zoom in or zoom out. Again, I only use my mouse wheel to do so. So you can zoom in with your mouse wheel. Okay, the rest of it is this maximize center frame. You can see what happens. Or you can maximize it like so, and you have this left zoom to fit image when again it centers in on your current canvas. We have the undo tool and redo tool, which is Ctrl Z and Ctrl Y, quite standard. And there we go. We covered all of our options for our tools. Now let's get to the interesting part. We have the layers. You can create new ones, you can delete them, you can merge them together. You can duplicate them. So if I want to duplicate this one, I can easily duplicate it. If I want to merge it with the one below it, I can do so like this and apply to the next down when it comes to mappings. Now, essentially you will mostly just be creating new layers and erasing them. So don't worry too much about the specifics. Now we can get to something else. I will close this entire image. No. And let's create a new canvas. This time I will create a tile document or animation. You can choose the number of tiles in width and height, because each tile has its own width and height. So let's say tile width is 16 by 16 pixels, and we can click create. And now you will see something very, very cool about pixel edit. You can see this grid over here, which you can hide if you go to view and show tile grid. Very nice. And essentially this is used for both our animations and our tiling system. Very awesome. Before I get to creating some example tiles and animations, I want to point out that you have the color palette over here. So you can make your own color palette if you want to. You can add the current color as a source. So if I pick a specific color, I can just add it here, as you can see, or I can erase it. All right, you can even choose the palette settings if you want them to be specified in a different way. Okay, that's all for the color palette. Now, when it comes to creating tiles, you can see the tiling system over here, and these are these two tools. If you click tab, you will immediately notice these little red rectangles in the left corners of each specific tile. This means this tile doesn't have any tile added to it. If I click A and select, it's automatically selected, but this empty color, and I hold the left click and paint over it, you can see that this blue number 0 will replace this red rectangle with red 0 number. What this means is that these 9 tiles are all the same. So if I paint anything inside one, it will automatically replicate it to the others. This is extremely useful for creating tiles. Extremely useful. Now let's say you created a certain tile. Let's say something like this, and you want to add it to your tile palette. Then you want to use this tool, hold Control and left click and you can see it over here. So now I can paint it wherever I want. And if I want to quickly select another tile from our canvas, I can just right click with our mouse and then erase it if I wanted to. Again, our tiles are not lost. Our tiles are over here, so you can see them and I can access them wherever I want. Very, very useful. I love this about Pixelate. It's my favorite software for tiling, and the section about tiles will be shown especially in this software. Okay, so how does the animation work? Well, animations use tiles. If you want an animation, you want to click here this plus button to add a new animation, and it will automatically add these two lines, the blue line which indicates the beginning of our animation frame, and this orange color for the last frame. So we essentially have 4 frames to work with here, but if we access the settings for our animation, we can even change the name, we can increase or decrease the frame duration in milliseconds. We have the base style and the length. The base style, since this is a software, it uses 0 as, let's say, the first number. So the first style is not 1, it's 0. And the length is how long will our animation last. So this is 4 frames, and our base style goes from 0 and, well, essentially 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Those are the 3 tiles, the 4 tiles that we are going to be using for our animation. Okay, so let's go and create. You have this frame edit and you have this playback over here. Allow me to increase them both to the same size. Let's use black color. If I paint anything on our first frame, you can see how it looks. I can edit it from here, from this window, but not from the playback. Playback is only used for seeing how your animation looks. If I click here, play button, it will go through our entire animation and keep repeating if I have this playback option on. So I will go over these animations, and why is this quite nice? Because you can just pick this tile with the tile tool and replicate them on all the frames if you want. Then you can move them with tools if you wish so. And very, very easily you can create a certain animation. Now, as you can see, our playback keeps working. Quite nice. So each and every frame, each and every tile is a frame in our animation. Now this is quite nice. You can create complex animation with Pixel Edit, but it's kind of hard because there is no option when it comes to creating onion skin, meaning you can see the previous and the next frame placed right on our current layer that we are drawing. You will see in Sprite what onion skin is. But yes, nonetheless, you can create certain animations. I've created hundreds of character animations and special effects in Pixel Edit, so I assure you this will be more than enough. But if I were to pick Pixel Edit, I would use it for tiling systems only. Personally, I use Pixel Edit for creating tile-based games. So when I want tiles in my game, tile sets and tile maps, and I use Sprite for animating characters and special effects, and I use Photoshop for sprite-based games. So when I want high resolution backgrounds, when I talk about like 300 by 150 canvas. Okay, so there is one more thing that I want to cover when it comes to Pixel Edit. And when I talked about these two bucket tool, which is fill outside the tile, by default, it will only be inside of that certain tile, like so. If you want to fill everything outside, just check this in and it will fill everything as a one canvas. Quite useful. Same thing applies to this magic wand tool. If you want to, let's say, resize your canvas, you can click here on the document and resize canvas. You can decrease the height and width of our canvas, so you can click resize and you can see it's smaller, or you can increase it. Same thing applies to tiles. If you want to resize the tiles, go to document and resize tiles. By default, they are 16 by 16 pixels, but as here says, this cannot be undone. So if I want to increase this size, I can resample tiles or I can center tile content. So if I clicked that I want to resample tiles, it means it will take what was previously and automatically scale it to our new size. This is quite useful if you are keeping the same ratios, but otherwise it won't work. As you can see, I cannot undo it. So please be careful when you use this option. When you want to import your own color palette, you can go to color and import from image. Quite useful if you want to use, let's say, 8-bit or 16-bit old color palettes. You can just click import, then choose it from your PC, and it will automatically create palette over here. Same thing applies if you want to export palette. It will export this current palette over here. Okay, this is everything you need to know about pixel edit. I hope you enjoyed this video. I will see you in the next one. Welcome. In this lesson, I will show you how to use Sprite, my personal favorite pixel art tool. Now you can get Sprite from asprite.org, or you can buy it even on Steam. So even if I click here buy now, it will transfer me to the Steam store. So probably all of you have Steam, so no worries about it. I will jump into Sprite in just a few seconds, but since Sprite has a lot of features and all of them are pretty decent, actually pretty awesome for pixel art, but I will not be covering all of them. As well, just like I didn't cover everything in Photoshop, because I want to give you everything you need to get started on pixel art, but not exactly all features, so you don't get confused with all the possibilities. When you scroll down on their official site, you can see all of the possibilities. And yes, I will show you the most important ones. But I just wanted to point out that you might want to go through all of this once you finish the beginner part of the course and once you get comfortable with Sprite, if you choose Sprite as your main tool. Okay, so let's go into the software itself. Here we have file and we can click new. Here we can choose the width and height of our canvas. The color mode, I usually leave it at RGBA, and background is transparent. You have the advanced options, but I usually leave that by default. All right, so what do we have here? Well, on the right side we have our tools. On the left side we have our colors. On the bottom part we have the animation and the preview, and in the middle we have our canvas. So let's go over the tools one by one. I will be skipping them in a certain order just so it makes sense. The first one is the rectangle marquee tool. This is used for selection, which I'll show you in a few seconds. But the most important one is the pencil tool. This pencil tool enables you to actually draw pixel art. Now, over here you can choose what type of pencil you want to use, whether it's a rounded edge or a square edge. So if I pick a color, you can see this is a round edge. If I choose to create a square, here we go. Now also you can pick the size of your brush, anywhere from 1 to 64 pixels, which is honestly more than enough. And there you go. The next one on the list is eraser tool, and this one we use to erase things. One more thing that I forgot to say about the pencil tool is that you can pick a point, hold shift, and then create a straight line anywhere here on the canvas. You can do the same thing with the line tool, which is here at the bottom. You can just hold and create straight lines. So those are the two main ways how you can create straight lines. Okay, moving on. Now I want to go back to the marquee tool to show you what it actually does. So if I have a certain shape over here and I pick this tool, you have a few different options. You have the rectangular marquee tool, you have the elliptical, you have the lasso tool, polygonal, and magic wand tool. when you go to the rectangle, you can see that it automatically selects in a form of a rectangle. And here we have our selection, and then we can move it around as we want to. The elliptical tool is pretty much the same, except it selects an ellipse, or you can even select like circles. Lasso tool is used for like custom selections, something like this. You have the polygonal lasso tool. This is pretty much like lasso tool, but you can actually drag and click to select certain polygonal shapes. And the last one is magic wand tool. This one is really cool because it selects one color that is on your canvas, but for each of these tools over here you have a certain properties of each of these tools. So you can see they change depending on which tool you choose. And the most important one for the magic wand tool is the tolerance. You want to keep that on 0, because if you increase it, it will catch other colors aside from the one that you've chosen. But the most important part is the contiguous. If I have different spots, let's say red spots over here and here at the side. Now if I use the magic wand tool, and if the contiguous is turned on, that means that we will select the color all the way until it ends. So it will select only this part. It will not select this outer part because the contiguous is still on. However, if we were to uncheck contiguous, it will select this color on this entire layer. Really useful for selecting colors. Now let's go to the next tool. This is the eyedropper tool, which, well, as you can know, it selects a certain color on your canvas. This is quite useful when you're trying to draw, but honestly, you can just, when you are using the brush tool, you can just hold Alt and it will automatically prop up and you can use it immediately, temporary. And when you release Alt, you go straight back to the brush tool, which is the pencil tool, which is quite useful. The next one is zoom tool. I don't zoom in with the Z, even though you actually can. I use always my mouse wheel. You can hold spacebar to move your canvas around, which is the move tool. And here we have the move tool itself, so we can actually move our entire layer. The next one is paint bucket tool. You can see the gradient tool with or without dithering. So this is very nice to have, especially for pixel artists. But when we go to the paint bucket tool, you will notice the tolerance is again 0 and contiguous is turned on. So if I were to keep this contiguous and paint bucket, I will have to go each and every separate spot by themselves. But if I turn it off, I can simply paint over everything very quickly. Now if you go over here at the gradient tool, you can see that it creates this dithering effect. Now this can be used in certain games that combine high resolution with low resolution, but I suggest you don't try to take anything like that until you have a few big projects behind you. Now dithering is very nice. I will be explaining what dithering is in certain lessons, but essentially it is a gradient between two colors. Next one I already covered, which is the line tool. We have the rectangle tool, and we have 4 different ones. We have the empty rectangle tool, the filled one, and same goes for the ellipse empty and filled ellipse. Now if I were to create a square, you can see it's empty, there is no fill whatsoever. However, if I check the filled one, it will fill in the color inside as well. The ellipse tool is pretty much the same, except it creates ellipses. If you hold shift while picking, you will create a rounded circle, and again for the filled one, it will create a filled circle. Alright, so here we have a contour tool, which honestly I don't use much, but essentially you draw a line, and wherever you end your point, it will automatically connect it with the first point and fill in the rest of the image. And the polygon tool is the same, except you keep clicking until you get what you want. and we have the blur tool. Please stay away from this one. Quite easily, the jumble tool, you can use it to jumble around well, but it's too chaotic, and blur tool creates anti-alias, which we do not want in our pixel art, at least for the first year until you become really high level. All right, so these are the main tools over here. So let's jump here on the left side. We have our color palette, which we can increase or decrease. So if I were to want to import my color palette or hide this one, I can do that, which is very, very useful. And essentially, if you keep creating different color palettes, that is really, really useful. So let me show you how we can create a certain color palette. So if I were to pick a few colors, just few random ones, I'm not worried too much about anything, and we go over here, we can actually edit the palette itself, but right now we can go and create palette from the current sprite. This means a sprite will take whatever colors we have here on canvas, and it will create palette from those colors. So you can click OK, and as you can see, those three colors are over here. Yes, we have the black one over here, but we can simply delete it if we wanted to. This is very, very nice, because you can very easily create your own color palettes, or if you already have a finished work and you want to know what is a color palette for that image, if you have an artist that you like, you can just import that image in a sprite and click here and see what type of color palette he or she used. Very nice. Now we get to the fun part, and that's the animation. So we have the option of creating multiple layers and multiple frames. We can add frames over here on the bottom, or we can simply use the shortcut, which is Alt+N. You can also create new layers if you want to, which is Shift-N when it comes to the shortcut, and we can create as many layers as we want. This is really important when it comes to animation, and this is why I love a sprite. So let me just erase these layers. You can also switch layers when you click on them. You have this move tool that pops up, and then I can switch the layers around if I want to. I'll just erase all of them for now. You can also select more of them, as you can see, but let's create a simple animation. And you can also delete the frames themselves. And let's go and create something really, really fast. So here I have a simple shape, and if I go to the next layer, to the next frame, you can already see it disappears. Now the preview over here shows also our animation if we click this playback button. However, as you can see, it automatically playbacks our entire timeline. If we want to limit this timeline, and allow me to show you how this would actually work. If I create a few different shapes in different colors, you can see it goes through all of these colors. However, if you want to specify which frames you want to show here in the playback, you can select them over here, right click and click new tag. You can name the tag over here. Let's say example. You can choose the animation direction, which is the forward, reverse, or ping pong, meaning it goes from one point to another and then it reverses it. We will keep the forward for now. And you can see if I reset our playback and start playing it over here, you can only see it goes between these two. It doesn't go through all of the four. If you want to delete the tag, you can just right click and delete the tag. Very cool. Now, one very, very, very nice thing about our animation in Sprite is using the onion skin tool. So I will just go and explain what this actually is. Let's say on first and third frame I have few different shapes, and I want something in the middle. So I want to create an in-between, something in between these two shapes. Instead of trying to eyeball it, I can use the onion scale tool. So if I were to click over here, I can immediately see where is the first frame and the next frame. So the previous one and the next one. And now I can easily draw in between. And if I turn it off, you can see that I successfully created an in-between. Onion scale tool is really a key feature when it comes to animation. I can't stress how important this is, so please do keep that in mind. One thing for beginners I would like to say for the pencil tool is that you have this option Pixel Perfect. When it's turned off, you can see you can create these jagged lines. However, if you turn it on, it will automatically correct your lines. However, it won't be 100% correct, so I suggest you avoid it until you can create curved lines by yourselves, which are in the first few lessons of this course, so just hang on to that. Okay, so what do we have left? Well, we still need to cover the tiles. So if we go over here in the view, you can see the tiled mode option, and usually when I create tiles, I want to click here tile in both axes. Now what this happens, it takes the original position of our tile and then it generates the same tile around it. So similar to what we can do in Pixel Edit, except with less flexibility. But essentially we can now create tile without any seams. Now I'm just scribbling around, but yes, this is one very nice option. And once you are done with your tile, you can just go back to the view and you can just turn it off. So we go to the tile mode and click none, and here we have our tile. Now this isn't something that you can use for, let's say, tile sets, but for creating a singular tiles, it's really nice. Personally, I use Sprites for animation and designing characters, but when it comes to tiling, I prefer to tile in Pixel Edit. Okay, so this is it, and this is everything you need to know about Sprite. Now once again, I will repeat, I didn't cover 100% features of Sprite because that would take at least 2 hours, but I covered all the basic ones that you actually need to start doing pixel art. And when we move on to the advanced stuff, you can also again research something from their official website if you think you actually need to use a certain feature. But in my opinion, you really don't need anything. I even showed you a little bit of extras. Okay, this is it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Welcome. In this lesson, I will show you how to use Piskel. Piskel is a free online tool available for pixel art specifically. It's really nice. You can even download it as a desktop version. It will work on Windows, OS X and Linux. So it will work pretty much everywhere. It can also be used in the browser itself. So if you have like a Chrome, you can just go in and create whatever you want to. You can even sign in with your Google account if you want to have an account over here, but it's not necessary if you want to just practice. Let me show you how you can start. Well, simply click Create Sprite and here we go. First, I will go over these tools. First one is the pen tool, which is self-explanatory. You use it to create our pixel art. This is the main one that you will be using. Next one on the list is our mirror pen. Whenever we draw something, it mirrors it on the other side of the image. We have the paint bucket tool, which fills in a closed area. So if I have closed area like so, and I want to paint only the inside or the outside, I can certainly do so. We have the paint all pixels of the same color. This means when you draw different colors on canvas, and if we have few different ones or even one, it doesn't matter. And if we use this tool, we can easily replace a color on the entire canvas, just like so. Very easy, very quick, and very useful for switching color palettes on big images. Next one is the eraser tool. Quite easy. It erases stuff. Next one is the stroke tool. This is like a straight line tool. So if you hold your mouse button, you can create a straight line from point A to point B. Very nice. Next is the rectangle tool. Now, if you are interested in any shortcuts to any of these tools, just hover over them and you will be also given an extra option when it comes to using that tool. For example, if I hover over my rectangle tool, I can create rectangles, but if I hold shift, you can see it will keep 1-to-1 ratio, meaning it will create a square always. Very nice. Same thing applies to circle tool. This is ellipse tool, but if you hold shift, it will always create a rounded circle. Next, we have the move tool. Move tool is used, well, to move things, so you can move your image around or the part of the image. Next one is the shape selection. Very useful because you can select a certain part of your image. Allow me to give you an example. So if I paint everything completely in black, like so, and I create a certain shape with our pen tool, like this one, I can use this shape selection to select this entire piece, click Ctrl C to copy. I can go over on a new frame and you can already see this shape is ready to be pasted in. And just like that, we have our object over here. Now each frame, you can see it automatically replicates it. I will get to animation in just a few moments. Moving on, we have the rectangle selection. Again, this is used for selecting certain parts of the image. So you can see this light blue tone, which indicates what is the selection part. And again, it's quite nice if you want to copy paste things onto another layer, like so. Really useful. Next one is the lasso selection tool. It does the same thing, but you can create custom shapes, as you can see, for the selection. We have the lighten tool, which we use to lighten up colors. If you can see how it works, I highly suggest you to evade this one. Don't use it. Really not needed. If you want to lighten colors, use your color palette to do so. Dithering tool, again, this one paints only, like if you can see, only the second pixel. If I actually use another color, you can see it only paints every other pixel. This is 50/50 ratio. It's quite nice, but again, not something that you should overuse. And we have the color picker, which we use to pick a certain color on our canvas very easily and very quickly. As you can see over here, we have our color tool. Once you click it, you can have the hue wheel on the side, and you have the saturation and values over here. Very nice. Now, when it comes to creating animations, you can probably see that over here we have frames. Each and every frame is a new animation. So let me go over to the default one, and I will use my pen tool to create a straight line. You can look over here and zoom in if you want to our animation. Each and every new frame, we get another effect, as you can see. If I add another frame, I can move in more, and each and every frame you can see that we can very easily make an animation. So each and every frame over here is an animation overall. You can decrease and increase the speed in which our animation is going. You can usually keep it to 12 frames per second. You might want to decrease it up to 4 frames per second. It all depends. To the maximum 24 frames per second are used in traditional 2D animation, so it's probably not something that you should be using for pixel art unless you are going for extremely high resolution. Here you can see the palettes, and it automatically finds colors on your canvas, and you can see it adds them. If I add a blue to my canvas, it will automatically add blue over here, which is again quite useful, that you can create new palettes by going over here. So what do we have? Well, if I want to add a new color, I can simply click plus, and if I want to edit certain color, I can click on it and change it like so. I can save it, and now you can see I have my new color palette. Let's create new color palette very easily. You can even import one if you already have your own, or you want to use like 8-bit color palettes and whatnot. So I can create a few different colors. I can create blue, I can create light blue, I might even go a bit lighter. We can go over to the green, and then for the last one we can go even to the yellow. And if I click save, we have our color palette ready to be used. Really awesome. Okay, what are the other tools we have over here? Well, we have the transform tool and we have the layers. These are very important because layers are essentially, well, you can use them to stack things on top of each other. So if we have two layers, for example, you can see the bottom one, and as soon as we click on the top one, the bottom one becomes a bit transparent, so we can essentially draw on top of it. But you can see in our animation, let me slow it down, that it still appears over here because the current layer that you are working on has the full transparency, and any below it are in lower transparency. Very useful for animating, because when you have both layers and frames on separate files, you can animate really easily. For example, in Photoshop, even though it is expensive software, you don't have this option. All right, what do we have else? Well, we have the transform tool, which is flip vertically or horizontally if you hold Alt. Extremely useful when you are creating characters, so you can make sure their proportions are correct. You have the rotation tool, again really useful. You can clone the current layer to all frames, so if you want to clone this layer too, so this blue part to our all layers, you can see it already applied them. If I undo it, you can see it only appears on one. And then we have align image to center, meaning this layer will be aligned to the center of this image. Those are the basics of how to actually use Piscal. If you want to save your work, you can click over here, save. You can resize the drawing area if 32 by 32 pixels is not enough, or any starting point. You can simply go and resize it, so you can increase and decrease the canvas if it needs be, and you can export it as a sprite sheet, GIF or GIF, or even as an image. You can even import the existing image or GIF or any Piscal other file. So if you save this file, by default you can always reopen it later on. Okay, what are the pros of this software? Well, first of all, it's free. Second, you can access it from pretty much anywhere because it is browser based as well. Third, it's especially made for pixel art. You also have layers and frames for animation available. Those three are the main ones. What is the cons? Well, the cons are you don't have a tiling system like Pixel Edit has, and you don't have the advanced options like Pixel Perfect that you have in Sprite. But overall, if you are picking a free software, Piscal will be more than enough, really. For, let's say, if you want the pen tool to be bigger, you can simply increase this size. Really, if you want free software, Piscal is the one to go. That's all I have to say about it. This is it for this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Hello, in this section I will show you how to create clean lines in pixel art as well as shapes. This is a core skill for pixel artists as it is fundamental thing to know. I will keep things as clear as possible, as short as possible, because this skill is something that you need to practice in order to develop. So let's jump into it. Hello, in this lesson I will show you how to create simple clean lines, straight ones and curved ones in pixel art. Now, creating straight lines is really easy. You just use one simple rule using ratios. Creating horizontal and vertical lines are pretty easy, there isn't much to explain. However, diagonal lines use ratios. For example, 1:1 ratio will result in 45-degree angle straight line, like this. However, if I change the ratios 2:1, meaning I put 2 pixels before moving one up, so like this, I create a lower angle. Same applies to the opposite direction. If I use 3:1, I go even lower than that. And you can just go on and on until you get the angle you are looking for. Now these ratios are using whole numbers. If you try to use ratios like 1 to 1.5, meaning something like this, you will get a strange line. Now it does have its uses in high resolution pixel art, but for now try to avoid it. You don't need it actually. Okay, so that's all for straight lines. Now what about curved lines? Well, curved lines are a bit trickier because you need to make sure you aim for the curvatures to be correct. Let me give you an example. I'm going to copy paste this curved line and clean it up so you can see how it looks when it's clean and when it's full of what we call jaggeds, what makes jagged line. Alright, so look for the corners firstly. So where are the corners? Usually the curved rounded corners. If I take a look at this part over here, you can see there are 5 pixels and we can clean them up in 2 ways. I can either erase these 2 or I can erase these 3. In this particular case, I want to erase these 2 simply because it will make the line look clearer. Now, general rule is that you should always try to clean up the pixels that are neighboring to the core pixel and do not continue in the same direction. What do I mean by that? Well, if we take this same shape over here and you take a look at this pixel over here, so this one, the neighboring pixels, meaning this one and this one, don't continue in the same direction. They move in the opposite directions. So we need to clean this up. However, if they did continue in the same direction, meaning they continued here and not here, this would be a 90-degree angle line and this might be exactly what you are looking for. However, when you're trying to create curved line, this is something that we should try to avoid and clean up. So let me just go over this entire line very quickly so you can actually compare these two. Again, I do not want 90-degree angles if I want completely curved line. So I'm going to erase this part over here. Again, just taking a quick look at this entire line. And when you go and see stuff like this, when it suddenly turns corners and we have double pixels over here, well, I can just erase this bottom part. And if needed, I can even add a little bit of curvature like so. So feel free, just relax and have fun. We have similar situation over here. So I want to add something that will escape this 90-degree angle. Even though this pixel is missing, this corner pixel, it still looks like a 90-degree angle. So I can just soften it up like so. Same applies to this part, and I can get even some type of the edge. Even if I rotate it, this will be 90-degree angle. So I can even erase this part and keep it like so. And repeat the process until I get the curvature I want. And here we go. So you can clearly see the difference between this line, which I cleaned up, and this one which I haven't cleaned up, which is full of jaggeds. Following these few simple rules using ratios for straight lines and cleaning up your curved lines will result in clean lines for your pixel art, which is a core skill for pixel artists. Hello, in this challenge I will show you 2 exercises, one for each type of line where you can practice drawing straight lines and curved lines. Please don't use features of your software to create lines for you. For example, Sprite can create both straight lines and curved lines for you using this feature Pixel Perfect for curved lines, and it will clean up your lines 80% of the time. So you can already see this curved line is not as clean as it should be. So even software will make mistakes. So please develop your skills freehand, and then you can use these tools later on. So 2 exercises. Number 1, for straight lines, pick 2 spots on your canvas. This canvas is 50 by 50 pixels. Doesn't matter where you pick them, as long as you are comfortable creating lines like so. And if once I pick them, I should already try to see how they should connect. Now, these two spots on the canvas, I can already see if I try to use whole ratios, I won't be given straight line. For example, if I go 2 by 2, I can already see I will miss by 1 row. Yeah, 1 row. So I would just want and go with 3, then 2, and then I will end on 3 pixels again. So 1, 2, 3, as you can see. Creating curved lines is as simple as picking 5 different points. You can even go further than that if you want to. So pick 5 points and try to draw just curved line between them onto those points, and then clean those lines up. However you want to, just relax and have fun. This is all part of the process. There you go. Now, when you're trying to create curved lines, try to avoid too big jumps when it comes to pixels. For example, over here, if I create 5 pixels, then 1, then 5 again, this might be too sharp of a turn. So I might want to take this number of pixels, meaning 4, then I have 1, then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, totaling 11. If I divide it by 3, which is the number of rows I have here, I will get something like 3 to 4 pixels. So I might start with this 4, then I will expand this to another 4, and then 3 in the last. And then I get a slight curvature. Okay, so this is just another tip that you can use to create curved lines. These are 2 exercises. Please give them a try. Post your progress in the discussion panel, and that's all for now. Hello, welcome to the lesson about shapes. Shapes are extremely easy to figure out because they are nothing more than a closed line. Let me give you an example. So this is a line for now, it's still a line, and right here, when I close it, it becomes a shape. This is a square, of course. Now, the basic shape that people have trouble with in pixel art is a circle. So let me show you how to draw a circle in different sizes. If I try to go in 1 by 1 resolution, I can just put 1 square. 1 by 1 meaning 1 pixel height and 1 pixel of width. So there is nothing else to work with. If I go 2 by 2, again I can only put a square. Even in preview, this 1 by 1 pixel might look like a dot, but it's still not a circle. However, in 3 by 3 resolution, I can already get something that will resemble a circle. I can just erase the edges from the square, and I get something like a circle. Now 4 by 4 are where things get interesting. Again, you can start with the square, then erase the edges, and you can already see this will resemble a circle when you look at it from far away. Of course, it does depend on what resolution you are working on, but generally this is the closest possible circle you can get in 4 by 4 resolution. If I go even further than that, again I can just erase the edges, and now you can already see this is quite okay. If I go even further than that, I will need to use more steps than just erasing the edges, because right now this looks like a rounded square when you look at it in the preview. So once I erase the edges, I would again erase the edges and connect these 2 lines. So I erase the edge and connect them with the closest possible line. And I repeat this process for this entire square, and then I will get a circle. Again, when you look at it from far away, it is a circle. So you can go on and on like that, creating different types of circles, and please do practice. Hello. In this challenge, I will give you a few exercises that you can do to practice your shapes in pixel art. In the lecture, I already shown you how to create different sizes of circles, practice those, and then increase the size of circles even more. Try creating different shapes. For example, this is a square. Try creating a rectangle. try creating them in different shapes and sizes. So even custom shapes are completely okay as long as you clean up the line. Try to create bigger and even try to create them at the angle. So if I try to create this square under the angle, I would do something like this. So try to recreate stuff under different angles. For now, keep it under 45 degrees. After you practice that, here is exercise number 2. Try to create real-life objects using only shapes and lines. Don't use forms, we will do that in future lessons. Let me give you an example what I mean. If I try to draw just a simple, let's say, candle, this is it. This is a closed shape, maybe just 1 or 2 pixels for like a flame, and that's all there is to it. This might be even a dynamite. If I try to draw a same thing but using forms, meaning 3D objects, then I would already get something very different. And I don't want you to use forms for now. I will show you that in the future lessons. So don't try to draw 3D objects. Keep it 2D. So only closed lines and straight and curved lines. Nothing else. You don't need anything for now. I will show you how to do everything later on. So remember, keep it simple, keep it relaxed, and have fun. In this section, I will explain what is value and contrast, what is negative and positive space, what are the basic geometric shapes, and how you can shade them using normal shadows as well as dithering. And at the end, I will also give you a challenge where you can practice your skills to develop them even further. Hello! In this lecture, I will explain what are values and what is contrast. Values are nothing more than how dark or light your color is. I will go into more details what value is in the next section, but for now, this is all you need to know. Regarding contrast, contrast is the difference between two colors on the value spectrum. Let me give you an example. If I create a dark background, something like black, what is the highest possible contrast we can get? Using white, of course. So something like this. This is the biggest possible contrast you can get. Why is this important? Well, in games, when you are making backgrounds and foregrounds and players using colors and color palettes, which I will cover in the later section, it is extremely important to keep the contrast high enough so players can differentiate between the foreground and the background and the characters. So let me give you a bad example. If this is our color for the background and I want to create a foreground with just slight difference in the color like so, you might be able to see this on your screen and maybe even not, but there is difference here. If I increase it more, you can see it more clearly because the contrast is higher. So this is something you need to keep in mind when you design your game. Keep the contrast high enough so people can differentiate the background and the foreground, but not too high so they split. This is something that you will discover in the later sections. Hello, in this lesson I will explain what is positive and the negative space and how you can use it. Now, those are extremely simple terms. Positive space is what our object is and the negative space is what our object isn't. So for example, if I put some kind of an object here, let's say this is some type of a rock, everything else is negative space, whereas our object is positive space. Let me give you a good example how this can work. You might have already seen this picture somewhere because in the last century, I believe, some psychiatrists made this picture. So this is a good example of positive and negative space. If you see the vase in the middle, meaning the white part, this is what some people might perceive as positive space and black as a negative space. However, if you see the faces here on this side, then that is your positive space and someone else's negative space. Why do I say this? Well, each and every person has different perception. So you should try to create a design where things like this won't happen unless you really mean it to. Okay, so positive and negative space is something really simple. Positive is what your object is, negative is everything else. Hello, in this lecture I will explain what are the 5 basic 3D geometric shapes. This entire world can be simplified into these 5 geometric shapes, and if you know how to shade all of them correctly, you can shade and create any object in this entire world. For example, human arm is nothing more than a simplified cylinder once you try to shade it. A sphere, for example, can be an orange or an apple, modified a little bit, put on the texture, put on the colors, but you shade it as a sphere. Okay, so what are the 5 basic geometric shapes? Those are the cubes, the spheres, the cylinders, the cones, and the pyramids. Now, as you can see, the sphere, for example, is nothing more than a circle if it is unshaded. Shadows and lights and highlights are what gives us 3D illusion that something is a 3D. We are looking everything on the screen. Our screen is 2D. It has only height and width. But the correct colors and shadows are what creates the illusion of 3D. So if you just put few different colors, we can already see these are 3D shapes. And I will teach you over the course of next few lectures how to shade each and every one of these 5 geometric shapes. Hello, in this lecture I will explain how to shade a simple cube, simple 3D geometric shape that has all the sides completely straight, and that means we don't have to introduce gradients into our shading. So I already prepared in a PNG file exactly this template where you can practice shading yourself. So you can follow along, or you can watch the lectures first and then try it yourself in the challenge. Alright, so we have 5 colors ranging from completely white to completely black. I will already put the black color as the outlines, and we won't be using it for anything else. The white color is going to be our highlighted tone, and everything in between are our midtones. And our middle midtone is what I put on all of these shapes by default. So let's jump into it. First, we need to discover where is the light source. The light source in our case is going to be from the top left corner. This means that our top plane of the cube is going to be in the light, and our side is going to be in the shadow, whereas our left side is going to get just a little bit of light. So you can either choose to put the highlights first or the shadow first. It's all up to you. I prefer to do it shadows first, so let's go that way. Pick this shadow tone and put it on the side, in this case the right side. On the top plane where the light is hitting the most, I'm going to put this color, and I will keep the midtone for the left side. Now I will repeat this process on this cube over here because we have one extra step that we can do to make this even better. Using our highlighted color, the most highlighted color, which is completely white, I'm going to shade this left corner over here to indicate that our light source is coming from the top left corner. In this case, I will also have to shade this corner over here, like so. And I also have to erase this black outline. I can use this simply by putting our midtone all over here. And if I want to soften it up even a bit more, on every second pixel, I can put this light color like so. And that's pretty much it. We can go even further if we want to erase black outlines, but for now it's not necessary. Right now you need to think about where the light source is and which colors to apply. I put only 5 colors here to think about, 4 if I subtract the black one that you use only for outlines. This is it for the cube lesson. I will see you in the next one where we will shade a sphere. Welcome back. In this lecture I will show you how to shade a sphere, a 3D geometric shape that is completely round. And that means our shadows need to be rounded as well. They need to follow the curve of our object depending on where the light source is. So let's do this again. We'll grab the shadow part and let's try to shade it in. Again, we need to create a curve. If you do something like this, this is not a curve. You can clearly see this is not a sphere. So we need to make our shadows curve with our object. All right. So let me just quickly put and give you one quick tip. If you want to shade a sphere easily in the beginning, you can use this simple technique. Pick one side and start shading from that part and then replicate it on the other side. For example, if you see over here these 3 black pixels, I start from the middle one to the side. Then I find the exact thing on the opposite side and replicate it. So if I put pixels to this line over here, I can do this on the same side. And then I can just keep repeating the process until they meet in the middle. Like so. Then I shade this part in, and just like that we have a shadow, and this already resembles a sphere. We can go even a step further, so let me just copy paste this entire object, and we need to put our highlights. Again, using this same technique, we can just replicate what we did over here. So we start from this part over here, which is this one over here. Put 1 pixel like so, and then just continue on from there. Again, you want to be sure to match these parts over here, because we are replicating one side to the other. And then we can just slowly push them together. This already looks a lot better. Now, if I put the highlight, I can do this 2 ways. I can just pick a higher resolution like so and put the highlight like this, and that's okay. Or we can do this manually, going 1 by 1 pixel. It's all up to you. You can use this entire sphere and then put the shadow tone first, then the mid-tone, highlights, and that's all there is to it. So one key thing to remember about our spheres is keep the shadows rounded, because the object is round. Our shadows are what keeps the illusion of a 3D object. I'll see you in the next lecture where I will explain how to shade a cylinder. Welcome back. In this lecture I will show you how to shade a cylinder, a 3D geometric shape that is kind of a combination between a cube and a sphere, meaning it has top and bottom parts or planes completely straight, while the rest of it is rounded like a sphere. And that means we need to combine our shading techniques from the cube and the sphere in order to successfully and correctly shade our cylinder. So let me do just that. Again, the light is coming from the top left corner, which means the bottom right corner is going to be in the shadow like so. And our entire top part, because it is straight, we need to put it in a light. Now, if I repeat this process over here just quickly, and we want to go even further than that, we can take what we use here on the cube. We can take the highlights and shade the edges between the top and mid plane like so. And we can even erase this black line using this lighter tone, like so. This by itself is okay, but we can go even a step further. Because the light is coming from the top left corner, we need to put the light part on the left side of our cylinder as well. So we can use this simple color from the top, and we have a shaded cylinder. Again, same thing applies to cube, the sphere, and the cylinder, and the rest. We can always add more tones in order to have more gradient look, but for now this is enough. I will see you in the next lecture where I will show you how to shade a cone. Welcome back. In this lecture I will explain to you how to shade a cone. A cone is a simple 3D geometric shape that is similar to our cylinder, except with one big difference. It tapers all the way to the top edge, instead of being the same width all the way around. This means we will have to use the shading techniques between the cylinder and a sphere. So let's just do that. Again, since this is a curved object, we need to follow the curvature. I will put the shadows first again, following the curve. Remember, this is very important. And we can already see this is something that is curved. If I did the shadows all the way to the middle, you can already see it doesn't have the same effect. So let me just copy paste this middle cone, put it over here, and let's add the highlights. So for the lighter tones, we can just go all the way straight to the middle and shade the left part before we put the highlights, which is completely white color. We can put it all the way here on the top, and then we can just replicate what we did for the shadows, meaning we can just follow like so. Meaning this part over here, we can shade in like so. And we can just keep going until we completely copy what we did for the shadows, okay? Like so. And just like that, we have a cylinder. You can see here on the preview how it looks. Again, we could go even a step further. If we wanted to erase the outlines, we might even add highlights over here to indicate the curvature even a bit more, if you can see. But for now, it's not needed. You need to be aware of that our cone, the bottom plane or the bottom part is the same as for the cylinder. It's completely rounded and flat, completely straight. Just like the cube has flat planes, just like that has the cylinder and our cone as well, and our pyramid in the next lecture, where I will see you in just a few moments. Welcome back. In this lecture, I will show you how to shade a pyramid. The pyramid is a simple 3D geometric shape that is kind of a combination between a cube and a cone, meaning it tapers all the way to the top edge. However, all planes are completely flat, completely straight. So we can shade them like so. We don't have to worry about curvatures. We can shade it more like a cube, but you do need to be aware of that they taper all the way to the top edge. Now we can take our shadow tone and just put shadows on this entire right plane. We can do the same thing for the light tone, and as you might notice, we lost the mid-tone, the most middle one color, and that is completely fine. Then we can put our highlights here in the middle to indicate where our line between these two cross sections are. And that's all there is to it. Again, we could go in further than that, but there is no need for now. That's all there is for the pyramids and all of our 5 basic geometric shapes and their shading. Hello, in this lecture I will explain what dithering is. Dithering in its common most sense in pixel art is creating gradients between two colors. Meaning when people had too small of a color palette, they had like 8 colors or 16 colors decades ago in game art, they wanted to find a way to blend the colors. So they used 2 colors, and using dithering, meaning putting common patterns like these ones, they would be able to create a shadow. Dithering is very commonly used in old games, but nowadays it's used only for a certain visual appeal. And why is that? Well, the old monitors in the 80s, 70s, even 90s, the CRT monitors, the way they worked and functioned, when you used dithering, you wouldn't actually see all the individual pixels as you see them now on LED, LCD screens. They would blend in very easily, but now you can see them very clearly, and that's okay. So if you want to use them in your pixel art, it's completely fine if you have a limited color palette. So if you want to create a gradient between 2 colors, you can use dithering, or you can use more colors in between. Dithering is nothing more than creating those gradients, and let me show you an example how we can achieve that. So right here we have our cylinder that we shaded in one of the previous lectures. These are the 2 colors. If we wanted to create a gradient between them, we can use the common checkerboard pattern, meaning we just put on every second pixel, we can put one color and then the other. So they interchange, as you can see. We can repeat this process to create a smoother look and a smoother transition between 2 colors. We can go and put it even here. And just like that, very quickly, we created gradients. Now, if you take a look between these two, and you can look even here on the preview, using dithering enables us to create a smoother transitions between two colors. Dithering is something that you should practice if you want to achieve that certain appeal. Again, you can just use more number of colors, but if you want to keep your color palette clean and small, you can use dithering to enable you more shading. Welcome back. In this challenge, I will give you one simple exercise that you will practice and develop your skills how to shade all of these 5 geometric shapes under different light sources. So, exercise is simple. Under my previous lectures, I shaded everything where the light source is on the top left corner. I want you to try different angles of light source. So top right, top left as well, bottom right, bottom left, the middle, in front, behind, and anything and everything in between. Whatever you can come up and think of, just practice it. For example, our sphere, when the light is completely behind our object. So let's say the light source is behind our object completely in the middle. We wouldn't be able to see our sphere at all, any shadows. We would only see the edges going on like so. So only the highlights, and that is completely fine. Our object is still 3D. It just so happens that the light is completely behind. And you need to think about these things. If you're not sure, you can always Google and find reference images that you like and use them as a practice tool. And remember, keep it relaxed and fun. Hello, in this section I will explain what is the color, how do we get to the color, what are the main properties of a color like hue, saturation, value. I will explain few basic color theories and color harmonies, how to get to them. How can you create your own color palette, how to create few different textures, and how to apply those textures to 2D geometric shapes. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will explain what hue is. Hue is one of 3 main properties of a color, the others being saturation and value. When you combine those 3 properties together, you get a color. So why is this important? Well, when you try to talk to other people, especially artists, you will want to know this terminology, but even more important than that is this is the way we talk to our PC. PC needs those inputs in order to understand what color it needs to render. When I open this color picker over here, which is available in every digital art program, you have 4 values: hue, saturation, and value, and alpha. Alpha is just transparency, and this is not a property of a color. This is just a certain feature that programs usually have, but it is not a property of a color. But hue, saturation, and value are. So what is hue? Well, when I shift the hue, you can obviously see the color is changing because it is one of the properties. It is not the only one. And this is the most common mistake beginner artists make when they think the color is the hue. Let me give you an example. This is an orange color, okay? So if I darken it a little bit and reduce the saturation, what is this color? This is brown color. But the hue is identical. You can see the hue is 24. So this is orange hue. You can say this is an orange hue, red hue, green hue, blue hue, etc. But this is not the same as color. You won't say the color is orange over here because it's not. It's a brown color. So if I increase the value and saturation to the max, which are the other 2 properties which I'll explain, you get this orange over here because the hue is identical. This is really important to differentiate. Hue and color are not the same. All right. So once we got this out of the way, how does our PC calculate? Well, it goes in degrees, 360 degrees, so to speak, in a full circle. When you see saturation and value, they go from 0 to 100 based on their intensity, but hue goes from 0 to 360. And if you are looking for the main colors, for example, RGB for our monitors, red, green, and blue, it jumps in sections of 120 degrees. So let me give an example. 0 is a red hue, 120 is green hue, 240 is blue hue, and when we come again to 360, we came full circle and we are back to the red hue again. Now remember, I'm not saying red color, but red hue. Alright, so if you want to go, let's say, for a printing type of style, so for CMYK mode, not RGB. RGB is for digital art, CMYK is for printing stuff, because printers use ink in cyan, in CMYK, cyan, yellow, magenta, and key. Key is the black ink, so we can just ignore that. So if I start on 60, I get yellow hue. If I jump 120 again, I get cyan hue, and then magenta hue on 300. Again, if I added another 120, I would come back to the yellow again. So this is quite easy to understand. So hue is not a color, it is one of the main properties of a color. I hope this clears things up. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will explain what saturation is. Saturation is the second of the main properties of a color, and it is the intensity of a color. For example, if I put this red over here, you can see here on the color picker, this is the maximum saturation, meaning the maximum intensity. If I decrease the intensity and I desaturate the color, you can see what happens. And if I keep going, it will become grayer and grayer, like so. Now, it is important to understand that the way saturation works is not by adding white and black colors. This is the most common mistake beginners make. The way desaturation happens is by introducing the color on the opposite side of the color wheel. For example, if I take this red one, and you see this color wheel over here, this is the red. If I wanted to desaturate this color in a traditional manner, I would use the opposite color, meaning the cyan, and the more cyan I introduce, the closer our red color would go towards desaturation, meaning this gray color. Now, for us digital artists, this really isn't important because we don't mix colors like that unless you go into digital painting, in which case you want to understand this. But for now, it is just important to know, if you add black or white to your color, you won't get desaturation. You will get different values, which I will cover in the next lesson. Alright, so saturation is just the intensity of your color, and it is really important when we come to the color theory to understand this. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will explain what value is. Value is the last and the third main property of a color, and it is the information how much black or white tint we have in our color. So the darker the value means the darker the color is. The lighter the value, the whiter our color is. So let me give you an example. If I take this red and if I add a lot of black to it, it will become darker. If I add a lot of white to it, it will become whiter. And we can go even in between to see how these colors look as well. Now, the more black ink you put in it, the more it will become to the black. And if you overdo it, it will eventually become black. Same applies to the white, which you can see right now because of the canvas. So this is all there is to the value. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will explain the basics of color theory. So we all learned in our elementary school that the main colors, the primary colors, are the red, yellow, and blue. And that we can get all of the other colors by combining these primary colors. So for example, if we combine the red and yellow, we will get the orange. We will get the green by combining the yellow and blue. We will get the purple by combining the red and blue. Tertiary colors we would get by combining primary with the secondary. So if I combine this blue one with the green one, I would get this teal color over here. That's all fine and well, but why is it like this? Because here in digital paintings, in digital art, we don't have these three as main colors. We have red, green, and blue. So RGB, red, green, and blue. We don't have red, yellow, and blue. We have red, green, and blue. So why is it like this? Well, it has something to do with how, first of all, technology works, so the monitors, and the second of all, how our eyes work, and of course the world in general. So let me just quickly explain how things work. So how do we see the red apple as red? Why do we see it as red? The light in its purest form has full range of frequencies when it comes to colors, meaning it's translucent, it's white. But when it hits an object, this object has its own frequency and it will absorb all of the other frequencies of light and it will bounce off just one frequency. And this one frequency is what we see. So if we see a red apple, that means that the red apple absorbed all of the other frequencies of the light except the red hue. So it bounced off the red color. All right. Orange fruit, for example, or banana, let's say banana. Banana bounces off only the yellow color. The orange bounces off only the orange color, and it absorbs all of the rest. Now, why is this important? Well, you have two general and most important ways how colors work around here in digital art and traditional art. We have the additive colors, which is the RGB spectrum, and we have the subtractive colors, which is the CMY spectrum. Key is missing here, which is the black color, but not important right now. All right, so the RGB. Look at this. When you combine red with the blue, you get magenta. When you combine green and blue, you get the steel color, or cyan color, more to be precise. And when you combine red and green, you get this yellow color. Those three same colors are the same ones over here on this wheel, if you can see. And if you combine these, you get these colors. So cyan and magenta, when you combine them, you get blue color. So this one over here. Cyan and yellow get the green, and magenta and yellow you get the red. Why is that? Well, quite simply because the way things work. And how do they work? Well, red, green, and blue. When you take your monitor, for example, it generates light, meaning it adds and combines spectrums to get a certain color. So if your monitor has three types of pixels, and it has, so red pixels, green pixels, and blue pixels. And if your monitor only turned on the red and blue pixels in the maximum capacity, those spectrums would combine and would generate magenta color. If all three of those, so all the red, greens, and blues on your screen would be turned on, you will get white color because your monitor generates light. However, when it comes to CMY, this is used in printing and digital art. So when you want to print something on the paper, or you want to take a paint and paint on your canvas, you are putting layers upon layers of colors to get a certain color. For example, if you want to print a green color, you would take the cyan color and the yellow color and apply them. First you would apply cyan color, then you would apply yellow color if you want a green, and when you combine those two, they would reflect the green spectrum, meaning the green color. But if you get too many colors on, so you get the CMYK full spectrum and you just put layers upon layers on your paper, essentially, remember what I said, objects reflect one light, meaning one color, and they absorb all the others. And if you have such a thick layer of different colors, well, they would absorb all of the others, meaning they would nullify each other in a sense, and they would reflect nothing, meaning you get the black color. So CMY is used for, so to speak, traditional art as well as printing, but RGB is used here on our monitors. So for our color theory, we will need the RGB mostly because we are working with digital art. However, this is important to know because later on, if you want to print your art, you would want to know to tweak settings a little bit so it looks correctly on the CMYK spectrum. Okay, so this is all there is to it for how colors are made and perceived. The next lesson will be about creating our color palettes and creating a color harmony. I'll see you there. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will explain what is color harmony and how to achieve it. color harmony is what makes our art beautiful. If the balance between colors is disrupted, then our art suffers. So the color harmony ensures that that balance is well kept. There are three commonly used techniques when it comes to color harmony. Using analogous color harmony, second one is monochromatic, and the third one is complementary. Complementary is probably the most commonly known, meaning you use complementary colors. So let's just go over all of these three and see how they work. So the complementary is when you use the colors on the opposite sides of the color wheel. For example, if I use the blue, complementary color to the blue is orange. So using these two colors is pretty nice. However, what you should be aware of that the balance between these two colors is kept with saturation. Let me give you an example. I'm going to quickly create a certain piece. Let me put this orange color like so. And let's find a blue color. There we go. Now look what happens. I'm not putting anything else except the color, so your focus is correct. If you look long enough into this, your eyes are going to start to hurt. They are complementary to each other, but if the saturation is too high, the balance is ruined. So the way you achieve it is by decreasing saturation. And remember, we get this saturated color by introducing the complementary color into it. So the way I desaturate blue is by adding a bit of orange into it. And see what happens if I add just a little bit of desaturation in both of these. I'm going to create a new layer, apply this same blue, but a bit desaturated, maybe something like so. And then for the rest, I'm going to use orange again, just a little bit desaturated. Now, when you compare these two, your eyes don't hurt as much. And that is a very good thing. Now, I haven't drawn anything specifically here, which is the reason why, except this little blob. But when you're trying to make your player look into something, when someone is playing your game, if the balance isn't there, their eyes are going to hurt, and essentially subconsciously they won't like your game art and they will quit it. So you need to desaturate colors at least a little bit, maybe not as much, but at least a little bit when you are using complementary colors. Now, when it comes to monochromatic colors, this is even easier. It's just picking one color, one hue of a color, so to speak, and sticking to it, nothing else. So we take, for example, red hue. Let's see, completely red. And now if we want to change our colors, we want to use only the shades of that hue. So we can decrease the saturation, decrease the value, increase it. We can do whatever we want to as long as it is in the same hue. So monochromatic uses one hue and one hue only. So we can go ahead and have some fun in different shades. Again, not creating anything special, but just so you can see what can happen. Using something like this is really nice, and it makes sure that there is only one color used. Now, how do you approach making monochromatic pieces, especially when it comes to game art? Well, you need to make sure that you are using contrast. So the contrast between light red color and the dark red color is huge. So you need to master the contrast. All right, so what is the third one? The third one would be analogous, and that is picking one color on the color wheel and then using the tertiary colors next to it, or rather any two colors next to it. For example, if I pick this orange color, then by the analogous color harmony, I would be using this one as well, and this one as well. So these three would be my main colors to use in my piece. Again, I would desaturate them a little bit to ensure the harmony is there, but I don't need to be as careful when it comes to complementary colors. So each of these three has its techniques, and you can pick and choose whichever you like, and please experiment with all of them. Google maybe your favorite artists and see which of these they used. There are also other color harmony techniques which I haven't mentioned, but these are the three main ones that you should be using right now. That's all for now. In the next lesson, let's jump into creating our own color palettes. Welcome back. Now that we covered basic color theory and basic color harmony, we can start creating our own color palettes. Now, there is one essential thing that you must remember when you are trying to create your color palette, and that is hue shifting. Meaning, when you are trying to create shadows, you need to shift your hues, as well as when you are trying to add highlights, you should again shift your hues. I will show you an example. What will happen if you don't shift your hues and what will happen if you do shift your hues. So I have a very basic blue color over here. And first I'm going to shade it like beginners usually do, which is the incorrect way. First I'm going to put my midtone down. Then, and here we go, I'm just going to create a little color palette here so you can follow along a bit better. Now, when they are trying to, and I'm talking about beginners, when they are trying to add shadows, they either just darken the color, that's all, or they put a layer above it of a black color under 50% transparency or a bit more or less. So something like this. So they would go and darken the color and then use that color, or they would use this same color but then on a layer above they will be completely black, reduce the alpha and color over it like so. Both of these result in the same thing and the incorrect thing, and you will see why. So I will go here in my color picker and I will use hue, saturation and lightness instead of value. Lightness basically just influences only the white and black in our color. I will be using the same hue for now, I won't be missing that, and same saturation. I will be only moving the light. Alright, so if I, let's say, want to create a shadow, I would decrease it by 20. So on 29, here we go. Again, remember, this is the incorrect way, so just follow along to see what will happen. And if I want to create the lighter part, I would pick the midtone again and add 20 to our lightness. So 69 would be here. Oh, sorry, wrong color. So like this. This is without our hue shifting. So these are the colors we have. Nope, I'm sorry. And you will notice the difference is huge when it comes to shading with hue shifting. Alright, so this is the bad example. Let's go over the good one. I will be using the same midtone. Okay. Like so. But this time I will be using hue shifting with the same amount when it comes to light. So if I go over here, I will decrease the value on 29, but I will also shift my hues. So when you're trying to shift hues, you need to remember what type of light there is. I'm going to assume it's a daylight. So if I want to increase the hue, meaning I want to go towards the shadow, I would want to put my hue a bit more towards the blue and purple color. If I want it to be highlighted, which we will do for the lighter part of our cube, then I want to put more towards the yellow color. So right now we are making the shadow. So I will shift my hue just a little bit towards the dark blue and purple. Just a little bit, not too much. And now I will do the same, but for light. I will increase the lightness to 69, so by 20. And I will shift my hue towards the yellow color. Just like so, not too much. And then now you will be able to see what we actually get. Actually, let me put them on the same piece. you can notice the difference immediately over here, like so. But you will notice the difference even more when I turn this layer off. Give me just a few seconds. Thank you. All right, so see what happens with hue shifting and see what happens without. This is without, this is with, especially here on the preview. You can see the difference is huge. Again, without hue shifting and with hue shifting. The shadows are much deeper, the highlights are much brighter and look more natural. So you should always do your hue shifting when trying to determine what is the shadow and what is the highlight. Another one good tip that you should be careful of is when you are shading, be mindful of the surroundings and of the environment. For example, this same cube, this same blue cube, wouldn't look the same if it's the midnight or in the middle of a day in a desert. It would look a lot different, right? So you need to take that into consideration when you are trying to determine your color palettes. Alright, so that is all for color palettes. Feel free to create your own, have fun, and remember, hue shifting. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a simple wood texture for wood planks. Now usually if you want to recreate a certain texture, you will go online, Google it, see how it looks in real life, and try to replicate it in Pixart in simplified form. So let's go and create a simple wood tile. Let's say 32 by 32 should be just fine. Now the wood is usually in brown color, so I will go into my orange hue and create my mid-tone, which will be something like this. Yeah, this should be just fine. Yeah. Alright, so first I want to find shadows and I will show you how to make planks. So just wooden planks, simple wooden planks, nothing else. And then I will later on show you how to apply this to, let's say, a certain 2D geometrical shape. So first of all, make a shadow, and that shadow will decide where our planks will go. So we can go and do something like this. Maybe some are a bit thicker, maybe they don't overlap. You know, you can put it wherever you want to. Okay, let me clean this up. And right here we have something that looks more like a brick, but with shading and with texturing we will be able to achieve that it looks like a wood. So we will take this same color and apply it just near the edges and near the bottom edges, so like so. You don't have to go too far, just something that will resemble it. Now we can take and create highlight. Take the mid-tone and create some highlight. Remember to hue shift, not too much. And then we want to put highlights on the top part. Now I'm putting this under the presumption that the light is coming from the top and it's hitting this little plank from the top. Remember, each and every plank, it's a 2D geometric shape of a cube, but it's distorted. All right, it has flat planes and we should shade them like so. So like this. I'm just using magic wand tool right now so I can easily select the rest of these. And I'm trying to get that worn out look. Alright, so now if you look here in the preview, you can see this already looks like a wood. However, if we want to go even a step further, we need to introduce more colors. So let's take this shadow tone and darken it even a bit more. Now this color is going to be what will separate our planks from each other. So like this gives it more dimension. Remember, the more colors you have, the more options you have, which can be a good and a bad thing, but right now it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then we can take the highlight color and do the same and create even bigger and even brighter highlights. So something like this. Maybe a bit too much of a hue shift here. Yeah, just a little bit. And go over only on the parts that are already highlighted. Don't create new ones. And remember, wood has that texture, grainy texture, which goes in one direction, where how the wood actually grows. So we can add those textures just a little bit here and there. Remember, have fun. You shouldn't follow too many rules right now, so please do experiment. All right, time to increase the number of textures. So we will take the mid-tone and find a color between the mid-tone and this shadow tone. So you can look on the color wheel where those two are and just find something in the middle, something middle. And I will go over this mid-tone, creating those streaks that I've talked about. Just like this. And there we go. When you look from far away, this is definitely a wooden texture. Quite easy to do. Now remember, please do experiment. You can try your own colors. Maybe you don't want a plank, maybe you want something else. Feel free to do so. It's all fun and games. That's all for now. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a simple metal texture. Let's create a simple metal plate so I can explain to you how the reflective surface of a metal works. Now metal usually is in the blue hue, so we will go to the blue hue and pick a desaturated color and a bit light. Yeah, that's fine. Let's say this square is actually a metal plate somewhere on a wall. So I want to make an indentation for that wall, and for that I need shadows. So let me create those. This will be our darkest shadow. Since the light is coming from the top left corner, I want to keep my shadows darkest in the bottom right corner. And let's say this metal plate has a flat top plane and then it tapers towards the bottom, where it connects with the wall. Alright, so I do need a softer shadow, or something like this, and I will use the same one over here. Now the way I will indicate this top plane is completely flat is by taking a highlighted color and putting highlights where it begins, so somewhere around here. Like so. All right, now the way you do the reflection is quite easy. You create horizontal straight streaks across this entire plate, or rather the entire top plane of this plate. Now let me show you what I mean. So I could go and do something like this. Remember, by this point you should already know how to use shortcuts and using your tool to your advantage, because if you know how to draw straight lines freehand, please feel free to do them using your shortcut tools on your pixel art software. Alright, I will need another shadow, so I will create one like so, picking the mid-tone and creating something darker. Yeah, this should be just fine. And then again putting some streaks as a shadow, something to contrast this reflective surface. Again, I'm going to put this streak. Now if I were to animate this, then these lines, which are the highlights, would move from the top left to the bottom right corner. But right now they are not, so we can keep it just like it is. And here we go. Just like this, we created a simple metal plate. It's really easy. Just remember that when you are dealing with reflective surfaces, you want to indicate that that light is reflecting. It is going and following the curve of our object. Since our object is flat, those streaks are also flat. So when it comes to sphere, it would be rounded. Okay, so that's all for now. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will show you how to apply textures to your shapes. This is a really important skill to have because this is what will complete your objects. So let's pick one of these. Yeah, cylinder would be the best for the wood. First, once you shaded and made your object, we can start applying color to it. I picked the mid-tone over here and I'm going to put it on the mid-tone over here. Then we go for the shadows. And after the shadows, we can go for the highlights. Oops, my bad. Like so. And you can already see these objects look like they are made out of wood. But we still need to add more texture to it to give it some more context. So let's go and do that. Since this is a tree trunk, we can put in the middle over here bit of texture. So let's do that really quickly. Okay, so I want to clean up these lines just a little bit. Because I do want a certain curvature out of it, because this pretty much tells how much the tree is old, but yeah, maybe not so important here in art. All right, so maybe something like this. Okay. I'd say this is good enough. Now, not everything has to be just 1 pixel wide as long as the whole picture looks good. But the tree bark is a lot different than the tree core, so I will add a bit textures here. And you should try to follow the highlights in different parts of the tree bark. So for example, if I wanted to put highlight here, I won't be using this color because it's too bright, the contrast is too high. It breaks the balance between this entire image. However, if I, for example, if I use a highlight here, it's much better than using this one. So let me create just few simple textures. Something like so. And again, when I'm trying to create shadow, I'm always using one tone darker than color, meaning for this color, I'm going to use one tone darker, which is this one. But for this one, I'm going to use this one over here. And again, for this one, I might use this one. Let's say if we want to add a bit more 3D dimension to it, we can break away from our simple object and we can add a little bit more of it. Hell, if we wanted, we could even add a little branch like so. All right, now let's see. If I wanted to add highlights in this color, I need this one. If I want a bit more curvature, I can do it like so. For this one, the highlight can be either this one or even this one, depending on what type of image you want to achieve. All right, I'm going to be using this one, and I can just repeat the process until I get the look I'm going for. Adding just a little bit of texture. I can put few highlights here and there. Even here on the branch. And here we go. Just like that, we have a simple tree trunk. However, if we do want to break out of too flat of a surface, we can certainly do so. So let's create it with some dithering. So we are combining different techniques right now. Just try and have fun. I mean, really, there is no wrong that you can do right here. Then we can use this as well to create different highlights, like so. And already, just like that, our image is starting to go together very nicely. So adding few highlights here and there just to make it a bit more fun. And here we go. When you look in the preview, you can already see our wood is really textured. I can even go into more details if I wanted to here in the shadow. Again, adding a bit more dithering. And here we go. Just like that, we have our tree trunk. You can go on and on, adding more details, correcting the shadows if you want, softer outlines like so. It's all up to you. You can do whatever you want to. You can darken this middle part of the bark to create a bit more of a contrast if you wanted to. It's all up to you. It's your canvas. Do whatever you want to do. But yeah, this is how one can make a simple tree trunk just like that. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome back. In this challenge, I want you to do few simple exercises. Number 1, create different textures. So like I did in the lesson with the metal texture and the wood texture, maybe create those, maybe create something else, whatever you feel like it, but create different textures. Then after you made those textures, go and look for the 3D objects and try to apply those textures to your shapes. Pick different shapes for different textures or use the same texture on all of these objects. Keep practicing and remember, relax and have fun. Welcome. In this section, I will explain simple principles like creating objects from geometric shapes, how reflection works on bottles, and I will give you several different examples on different objects and how to create them. Keep in mind that this is still a beginner part of the course, so I'll keep things as simple as possible. At the end, I will give you, of course, a challenge with an exercise where you will polish your skills. Welcome back. Before we start drawing different objects, I just want to explain a simple principle where you should draw objects from simplified geometric shapes. So for example, an apple. What geometric shape would be the closest to an apple? Sphere. If you take an ice cream cone, it's closest to a cone. If you take the human body, for example, an arm, it's a cylinder. And you should try to shade everything. Think of those objects. If you have trouble shading any object whatsoever, just think about, okay, what is the 2D geometric shape that is the closest to that object or that part of the object. And then you can shade it just like that. Okay, so right now let's jump into creating some different objects. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to draw a simple orange. Now bear in mind that during this entire section our canvas size will be the same. It's going to be 32 pixels wide and 32 pixels tall. So if I go over here, you can see if I create 32 by 32 pixels, this will be our canvas. Now we do need a background. You don't want to draw on something like this. So let's create a simple background, not completely white because it messes up with your perception. So just something slightly grayish. And I'm just going to rename our layer to background. I can just put BG. I will lock this layer And on top of this layer, I will keep creating new layers for new objects that I will be creating for you during this entire section. First one on the list is an orange. Now, here is a little trick that I talked about in one of the previous lessons, and that is creating shadows but by using the same brush but in different sizes. So usually pixel art programs and softwares have this option that you can pick between a square and a circle for your brush. So if I increase the size, you can see this is a circle and this is a square. Now here is a little trick. We want to begin with shadows instead of midtones in order for us to perform this trick correctly. So since this is an orange, let me create a simple color palette. Maybe and smaller, yeah. I will create the midtone first. So something like this should be just fine. Then I want a highlight, all the lighter tone. This should be okay. And then I want a shadow. Okay. Now I want you to begin with the shadow. Use the circle brush since this is a sphere. Orange is a sphere, so we need to think about it like that. And let's increase size to, let's say, yeah, 20 should be just okay. Now we can use the magic wand selection tool to select these colors. If you have continuous turned off, you can put it on, so it selects only this part. Now we select the midtone with the same brush size, and we can just decide where our shadows will be and paint over it like so. And just like that, we have our shadows. We didn't have to go pixel by pixel. This is a nifty trick, but again, you can use it only when you learn how to apply shadows normally, like in freehand. So we need just a simple highlight. Highlights are usually extremely small, so I'm just going to pick few pixels here and there. And this should be just fine. Now this is a simplified orange without textures, without any drop shadows, etc. So let me just add a few more things to make it a bit more interesting. I can add leaves, for example. If I erase this part, I can actually create some leaves using green color. You can put them on if you want to, you don't have to, it's all up to you. Maybe just one simple leaf will do. I put just one simple shadow over here, like so, and there we go. Now this is an indentation usually in the orange, so we do want to say this with the shadows. So something like this should be okay. Yes. And if we wanted to, we can actually create a highlight around this entire part. So we can take our highlight color over this, and usually if I turn this pixel perfect on, just so I can show it quickly, this would be our highlight usually, or our line of highlights. Now since our light is hitting more from the top than from the side, I just want to put one highlight like so, and maybe just one very small over here. And here we go. You can see in the preview we have a nice orange. If you want to put textures onto it, we can do that very easily. We pick the midtone and just aim something between the highlights and the midtone, so something between these two colors. You can see here on the color picker tool how this looks, and you aim something in the middle, so something over here should be just fine, and shifting hue just slightly. So this is our midtone. And here we can put just few simple textures to indicate that this truly is an orange. And here we go, just like that. Now, if you wanted to, you can put drop shadow. And this is where beginners make that mistake using the black color with alpha. Let me show you what I mean. So they would take the black color, so completely black color, and they would reduce the opacity down to, let's say, 50%. And this is what you would get, something like this. But what you should actually do, if you know the color of your background won't change, then you take the color of the background and reduce its value. And if it has any color in it whatsoever, so if the background had higher saturation, you can shift the hue as well, but right now there is no need. All right, and then we can simply do something like this. To give you a clear example, if our background was to have a color, so something like this, then look at the difference between adding just black color with alpha, meaning with opacity. Oh, my bad. And between picking the background color and adding some hue shift, like so. Now, obviously I didn't manage to aim for the same size of the shadow, but nonetheless, see the difference between these two colors next to each other. And the correct one, the more correct one would be this one, where we didn't use alpha and opacity and black color, but rather taking the color from our environment and adding shadow to it, because the floor itself is also a colored object, much same like an orange. So if you want to shade that object, again, you need to use hue shifting, decreasing the values, and increasing or decreasing saturation based on what you want to achieve. So the floor is object like everything else. You shouldn't actually shade your floor or background or the entire environment with black color with opacity. Just shade it like you would shade your orange or any other object. Alright, so this is it for this simple orange. In the next section we'll go to the next object and then we will keep moving on. Remember to relax and have fun. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a simple bottle and maybe even a potion, so how to add the liquid to it. Now I erased the unnecessary layers just so I have my orange over here. I will hide it and create a new layer which we can call potion perhaps. Now each potion has its own little vial or a bottle, so let's create a glass bottle. I will be using something in the blue hue, so this should be just fine. Let me shift it just a little bit. Okay, and now let's create a bottle. Now the bottle is usually cylindrical shapes, so that's how we want to shade it. Maybe it goes a bit thicker like so. Again, you can create any type of bottle you want using the few tricks I will show you over here. Okay. All right, let me put it down a little bit. Good. Now, this is the shadow tone, so this is what we'll be using as an outline, because, you know, glass is, since this will be a glass material, glass is transparent, meaning translucent, it reflects the light, and this means that we need to be careful how we shade it. And usually in pixel art for the glass we are using something in the blue hue, highly desaturated and light in value. So this is why I picked color like so. Now for the mid-tone I want even something lighter. This should be just great. And I will fill in the middle parts. I will leave only 1 pixel for the outline. And here we go. So we have a simple bottle. Now there are a few things missing. First is the cap. So let's take something in a brown color, like so. And we can put even a little bit of highlight on it, like so. All right. Now we need to put highlights on our bottle itself. And how do we do that? Well, we can either take pure white color, but I usually like to leave it just a bit saturated in the blue hue, something like this. And then we go and create our highlights on a part of the bottle that we know the light is hitting directly from. Now, since this is a cylindrical shape, so when you look at it from bottom or top, it would be a circle. And if the light is hitting on this side, so this is where we put our highlight, the light would go through the bottle and hit the back side as well. But not so much light would get there because it already went through some material, distorted, and then hit the bottom side. So if we look from the top view, or the bottom view actually, and let me just give you a clear example. Okay, so this is filled in. This light source over here that we put, so this highlight over here, this one, if the light is hitting that bottle like so, that light would come and hit this part of the bottle. This is our highlight, but the light would travel through the bottle and hit the back side as well. But since we have no liquid in there right now, there is nothing more to reflect off. So we do want to put something in the back as well, and that same highlight, but not so much, only little, because only part of the light will go through. So something like 1 or 2 pixels in this low resolution should be just fine. We also want to put it here on the bottleneck, and same thing applies to this. So we want to put just a little bit of highlight there. Okay, we might want to add a bit more shadow to the bottom to give it more body. And here at the bottle cap, usually we have, it is also a cylinder. So when it comes to shading, so you can think of this bottle as 2 cylinders, but we might want to add a bit of shadows, like so, to indicate it that it is a cylinder on top. So something like this should be okay. I want to put my highlights just a little bit further down. And here we go. We have a simple potion bottle. Now, if you want to add liquid to it, you would pick a color. So the red color is quite popular for the health potion, so let's go with that. I wouldn't go with highly saturated because it would break the desaturated color over here. So I do want to lighten up our red color and desaturate it a little bit. So we will get something like so, maybe a bit more saturated. Yeah, this should be just fine. And then we can put it here on the bottom, like so. Now, if we wanted to, I could even add a bit of shadow to our liquid, so it has more depth to it. Now remember, if you can see, our highlight goes over our potion liquid. And why is that? Well, because the light is hitting the glass itself in front of the bottle. So the glass comes first and behind it is our liquid. So don't try to make mistakes and do something like this, because then the highlight is only behind. All right. We can maybe even use just a little bit of dithering. And here we go. We have a simple health potion. Now you can change the color for it to be mana potion if you want it to be blue. maybe speed potion like something like yellow or green, depending on your game. So feel free to experiment and have fun. This is all for the potion bottle. Let's go on to the next object. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a simple book. Book belongs, when it comes to 2D geometrical shapes, it belongs to the cube. Of course it's distorted, but the planes are like a cube. So let's go and create one like that. Again, I'm going to create new layer and name it book. And I will use black color as an outline to show you how it's made easiest. You can create straight line like so. And this will be the cover of our book. So like this. Now you want to copy paste or replicate this part like so. And this is going to be our bottom of the book. So what we are going to see. We can put it here on the top if we wanted to. Well, let's go like this. Now you want to connect these lines like so. Now this might be a bit confusing, but in reality you won't be able to see this bottom part. You can just erase this entire line and this is what you would get. Here on the top part is our cover, like so, and here is our paper, so our book pages. I will put this in the middle, like so. Let me give you. Okay, so like this. All right. And for our book pages, now usually people put them white. But is paper completely white? Well, sometimes it is, but usually it has a bit of yellowish color to it, a desaturated yellow. So I'm going to use that color. And then I can use for the cover pretty much anything I wanted to. So let's say a dark blue would be a nice contrast. So something like this. I'm still using the outlines completely black, so I'm going to erase them now and use different colors. So first of all, I want my blue color to have a simple lighter tone to it. Nice. And now I'm to go over this entire part and shade it like so. For the darker part of the blue, this current midtone, I want to go this bottom part, which will be in the shadow. And there we go. And if I wanted to, I can even shade the papers themselves, so I can just pick a bit darker color, not too much. And go over it like so. Maybe even a bit darker. Yeah, this looks nice. And we can even break apart the hard outlines if we wanted to something like this. It's quite easy to do, nothing complicated, just follow the cube rules and you should be fine. Now you can put all sorts of things here on the page. You can put like this. This is a tome of something. If you wanted a black book, you can create completely black book. So for like necromancy or something like that. Maybe a red book for a fire tome. This would be maybe a water tome for spells and magics. So let your imagination run wild and feel free to experiment. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a simple arrow. Again, I'm going to create a new layer, rename it to arrow. Now arrows are usually a bit tricky when it comes to games, because you need to think about how big are your characters and how big you want your arrows to be. If they are a part of a trap, are they a projectile of the enemy, projectile of the player, etc. In a low resolution pixel art, arrows are usually made extremely simply, using one line for the body of the arrow. Then you would use a tip of the arrow, something in the blue hue, desaturated and really light. Let me create the background color to be something in the red hue and a bit darker and desaturated so you can see it better. Okay. And I will lighten up the body of our arrow so you can see it easier. All right. Yeah, this is a bit too much. All right, so this by itself wouldn't be an arrow because it still needs the feathers in the back. So we can create those like so. And believe it or not, this is completely enough for the game. We can, when you animate it, these feathers would actually rotate, so from one part to the next. But this by itself is enough. You can even add more feathers if you wanted to in different directions. It's all fun and games, but it breaks apart the balance. If you wanted to create a bit higher resolution, then you can create a bigger tip to something like this. You can extend this entire body of the arrow, and then again you can just create the feathers to something like this. If you wanted to, again, you can even shade in and create reflection on your arrow tip with completely white color. If you wanted more contrast, you can certainly do so to something like so. Same applies to the feathers. You can actually shade them in as well to something like this. It's all up to you. I mean, just relax and have fun. Now, if you wanted to create an even bigger arrow, so we needed even thicker body to something, let's say, like 2 pixels. And this, by the way, already can be something as a spear if we wanted to create it in low resolution pixel art. Now, the arrow tip or the arrow head, you can create it in all sorts of different shapes. You don't have to stick with simple triangle. You can extend them down if you wanted to something like this. It's all up to you to experiment. So let's do just that in this case. Let me create just a little bit of difference. Hell, if we wanted to, we can create something like this. Now, believe it or not, the arrows like this existed in the history. They would have, I mean, this is a curve that I can get in this sort of resolution, but essentially they had something, arrowhead, which is curved like so. They would use it, you know, to aim for people's limbs and even ropes, etc. So creating more of our feathers here on the back. Something like this. But if you don't want, you can just create a simple arrowhead like so. And here we go. This should be just fine enough as it is. Now, again, it's all about picking the right colors and shadows. So for the tip, I want something in the blue hue. Again, highly desaturated and light. So something like this. And for the feathers, I can even put some colors onto them if I wanted to indicate if they are the enemy arrow or your own arrows, so something in blue or red. Those are all cues in game design people usually use to make things easier for the player to recognize. If I wanted to shade this in, I can use white color, and again, I just put some reflection to it. And if I were to animate this, reflection would again rotate over the tip of the arrow. Alright, so this is it for a simple arrow. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to create a new object. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will show you how to draw a simple sword. I'm going to repeat the process, creating a sword layer. Now you can make all kinds of different swords, and this is really the part that you should just feel free to have fun as much as possible, because most of us want to create games like fantasy games, RPG and stuff like that, especially RPG games where you have swords and shields and medieval weaponry in general with magic. Also, there are people who like sci-fi stuff, so I will be showing those as well in later lessons. All right, so I'm going to color in our background into a bit lighter. And let's start with the outline of the sword. Now, essentially, sword has three parts. You have the handle, which is the part where you hold the sword onto. You have a guard, even though this isn't necessarily a part of the sword, but they usually have it. And then you have a sword edge. So something like this. Now, this is just the outline of the very minimalistic sword, so I am going to create something bigger. But you should know these are the three parts. So this is the handle, this is the guard, and this is the edge. Okay, so let's start creating something. Now I want my edge to be all the way to the top. Now I'm going to do something differently. I'm going to create a sword here on the diagonal, because people have the easiest way of creating sword completely straight, and you know, they can just shade it in just as easily to something like this. Again, I just want to make sure everything is like so. All right. It's quite easy to create a straight sword because the shapes are extremely easy. So if I wanted to, again, metal should be in the blue hue usually, desaturated and high in value. So if I wanted to, I can just go over the middle and add a bit of cross section. And this is it. Believe it or not, this is it for extremely low resolution pixel art. However, I could again make this a bit different. I can create the different edges for our sword. If I wanted to erase those hard outlines, I can create a bit of reflection on one side. The middle could be a cross section to something like this. If our reflection is in motion, it would be something like this, etc. But as I said, I wanted to create a diagonal sword because people mostly have trouble with that. Straight ones are extremely easy. So let me create a diagonal sword. First I'm creating the outline, and then if I wanted to create a tip, then I would just go like so. Just like that. Creating the hilt is as easy as this. Going few pixels here and there, following the bottom edge, and whatever I'm doing on one side, I'm instantly replicating it on the other side. And here we go. We want to connect these two lines, and then again we need something to hold our sword onto. All right. So we have three parts. Now the part of the handle can be a pommel, which is this bottom part of the handle, which is used to hit enemies usually, but also not to let your hand slip from the sword. You can add that pommel or you don't need to. It's all up to you. You can actually do whatever you want with your swords. Now let me just move this sword up a little bit to the middle. Now we are picking a color again, which is a blue desaturated for our metal. Okay. Now for our handle, we want to make something, if it's leather, maybe we want something to be in the brown hue. In the orange hue, but brown color. Okay. All right. Now let's go over the middle. So from the pointy tip, we can go with a darker hue. So with a darker color, I mean. All the way across the middle. And now I want to take this same color and go over this top part over here, all the way like so, because this is where our light will be hitting from, meaning we will have even darker color for our bottom part. So let's create one like that. Here we go. This entire bottom part can be in shadow. This top part can be, well, we can put it in shadow as well if it's rotated in a certain way. Okay, so now we want our highlights, which can be pretty much almost completely white color, to something like this. Now you basically have two planes of a sword. Since we divided it by on the middle, those are flat planes that curve or taper to the edge, so they're pretty straight. So we can just color them in the same color like so. But when we come to the cross guard, now here we can put a bit of highlights all over the top. We can fix the shading very easily like so. And there we go. We can put even more highlights on one part if we wanted to. Now for the sword handle, we can go and create a simple shadow and just go over this entire outline, including the top part. And we can create a simple small highlight in just a few places to indicate where the light is coming from. Now if we wanted a pommel, if you want to add it, feel free to. You can just add it here on the bottom like so. And then of course you need to shade it in as well. So let's erase part of this bottom part. And create something like this. All right. Just like that, we have a simple sword. Now, again, you can make all kinds of shapes of sword. The straight ones are the easiest ones. The curved ones are a bit tricky, but since this is still a beginner part of the course, I want to keep it simple. All right. In the next lesson, let's jump to the next object. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will show you how to create simple gun, both current ones and futuristic ones. So let me create a new layer, name it gun. Now guns usually have three main parts. You have the handle again, you have the barrel, and you have the trigger. Now, if I want to create something which belongs in the current time period, let me create, first we need a barrel. So something like this should be just fine. Maybe something for us to have the aim width. And let's see, we need a handle. And we need also to extend this barrel just a little bit. Okay, this is a bit too much. Now, handles are usually curved a little bit to the back when it comes to handguns. So let me create it in a slight curvature. And then I can just come back just like so. And here we have our handle. Now we do need our trigger. So this can be something like this. We can even erase the trigger itself if you wanted to keep it more simplistic to something like this. But, you know, it's all fun and games. You can do whatever you want to. And here we go. I believe this should be just fine. Now I need to color this in. So let me take something in the blue hue again, since this is a metal. So we are working with a lot of metal here, right? So I want just a little bit of highlights, not too much. So something like this. And I want more shadows than I have right now. So something like this. I would take this mid-tone and just color this part in like so and keep the black outlines. Now just like that we have very simple handgun. Now if I wanted to create this in a futuristic manner, futuristic guns in games usually have like neon lights. So that means we are going to use extremely saturated colors. So let me take something in red hue this time. So this might be a different material. And we can create something without black outlines. And then something that just resembles a gun. Again, remember to have our handle, our trigger, which are these points over here, these pixels. This is our handle and our trigger at the same time. Then we want something extremely saturated. So we can take green, for example, or even neon blue and put some of that here like so. Now sci-fi stuff are extremely fun to design, so feel free to have fun as usual. And if I wanted to create just a little bit more depth to this, I would create just one slight shadow color to indicate where the barrel is, to something like this. And here we go, just like that we have two simple guns, and I'm talking extremely simple. Now you can create rifles, you can create bazookas, you can create whatever you want to, but when it comes to sci-fi stuff you want to use highly saturated colors, and when it comes to simple handguns in today's era, so to speak, you want to use metal, so desaturated blue colors. I will be creating some neon stuff later on in the advanced lessons with more details, but for now just feel free to have fun, especially with the sci-fi stuff. Create all sorts of shapes you want to, feel free, and just remember to have fun. Without fun, there's not much point, right? Welcome back. In this challenge I will give you one simple exercise which is really important to practice because you will gain the advanced skills you need to create things from your head, so to speak, or from your imagination. So we created different objects like orange, potions, books, arrows, sword, guns. All of them are extremely simplified and in low resolution, because the higher resolution, the more details we can put in, and for this beginner part, we don't need too much details. We need to simplify things as much as possible. So the exercise is this. Pick an object from real life. It can be a picture, a frame, a keyboard, a mouse, anything. And just try to draw them in pixel art on this canvas, 32 pixels wide, 32 pixels tall. Make them as small as possible when it comes to resolutions. Don't try to make bigger canvases than this one. Just try to fit them in and try to find the details that are important for us to recognize that that is indeed that object, and reduce the amount of details as much as possible to only those core ones. Alright, please post your results in the discussion panel so we can comment each other and see what we can improve. Welcome! In this section I will explain what are tiles and what is tiling system, and how you can create your own tiles and tile sets in order to create a bunch of different maps in your game very easily and very quickly. Welcome back! In this lesson I will explain what are tiles. Now you might notice I'm using a different software called Pixel Edit simply because it's easier to do tiles in it. But remember, you can do tiles in any software that I mentioned in the first section of this course. Alright, so what are tiles? Well, tiles are used mostly in RPGs and platformers when it comes to 2D game design. And they enable us to save enormous amounts of time when creating our world. creating tiles is as simple as creating a certain pattern that we can repeat using copy-paste method, so to speak. So here I have a simple screenshot from Zelda, and you can see the patterns over here, and those are all tiles. For example, if I zoom in quite a lot over here and I select canvas by 16 by 16 pixels, you can see this is one pattern. So if I were to put this outside and I were to copy paste this part, you can see I created this pattern. This is how they created this entire row of, well, I believe those are something like statues or stones. They created all of that very quickly. This also applies to this sea over here, to this water. It applies to these waterfalls. These waterfalls are also tiles. You can see they repeat. They are completely the same. So the tiles are basically used to create worlds extremely fast with limited resources. As you can see over here on the grass, 16 by 16 pixels, you can again see different types of tiles that you can create and combine to create different patterns. So you can see how they introduced some variation to them quite easily. Same thing applies to this grass over here, and you can create entire games using certain tile sets, and I will be showing you how to create those in the upcoming lessons. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create very basic tiles and how the tiling system works. So let's create a new file. Each tile will be 16 by 16 pixels, but our entire canvas will have 100 of those tiles. Don't worry, if your software doesn't have tiling system, I will show you how to create these tiles nonetheless. So let's go. First, I want something for my background color, so perhaps something like this, just so we can see it a bit easier. Now, if I create a tile, something like, let's say, grass, with a bit of dirt on it, and I want this tile to be, I want it to be able to stack next to each other without any problems. So if I do something like this, if I stack them next to each other, you can clearly see the pattern, which is bad. This is what we don't want. But if I'm to be careful, we need usually, if you know, Unity introduced recently 9 splice feature, which is quite useful, and it's kind of similar what we are doing with the tiling system. So if I were to take this green color and replicate it over here on the outer side, like so, and then I take this brown part, which is the dirt, and I just paint around it to have something like this. Now I can take these 9 parts and replicate them very easily to create whatever I want. It can be bigger circles, they can be smaller, etc. But you can see how using only these 9 parts I can create bigger circles because they stack next to each other. Now this is one part of the tiling system. Now the next one is creating just one tile and from it creating a pattern. So let me show you how that works. Let's create a simple dirt tile, and I want something to have shadows over here. Now I will be creating in the later lesson a bit more detailed one, but for now this is just enough to show you how you can fix seams. Alright, so let's say this is dirt, as you can see from this point. If I were to replicate this, you can clearly see the seams in between. So these over here is what we don't want. These empty spaces, those are called seams. And the way we get rid of them is either one, we can take and be careful how we create this piece. So something like, let me just create another one, an empty one. So if I were to create this one, replicate it, I would take and just paint in so I overlap with the neighboring ones. Now this is a tiling system. If your software doesn't have it, I will show it in just a few seconds. But I would overlap between two tiles. And that is how we get rid of those seams, and then put it as well here in the middle. Just like that. So now if I were to replicate this part, you can clearly see there are no seams whatsoever. Now the other way how we can achieve this is you can take this tile over here as it is, and we can cut it into 4 equal pieces. So we take it by half horizontally, then we take it apart vertically again by half, and then we would change the sides. So the top left corner, this isn't on the middle, I'm sorry. So we would take the top left part, so this one over here, and we will put it on the bottom right side. And we will take the same part and put it over here. And this means the top right part will go in the top left corner, and the top left corner will go to the top right corner. So we just swap their places like so. Then we connect them together. Like so. Now, if we don't do anything else, we will get the same result. So we'll get those seams again. But this seam right now is here in the middle. So we can fix it by simply adding more material in here. And now if we replicate it, you can see we lost most of the seams. Now you can even go over here like so. And here we go. We don't have as much of those seams anymore. Those are the two ways you can fix it. You can either use the tiling system, or you can use cutting them in half 2 times, swapping the places, putting them back together, fixing the seam, and then creating something like this. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a simple grass tile. Now, tile is just one of these, which we can replicate it. The 9 of these make a tile set, so I will be making tiles, not entire tile sets right now. Okay, so let's take this green color and we can put something in a darker hue. Now, Pixel Edit has this automatic shading system where it shifts the hue by itself, which honestly it's nice to use for beginners, but I don't use it too much in all honesty. So let me create a simple tile. Now I would want to put some grass here like so, maybe in different directions. Just put few of these, no need to put them too much. And now if I can replicate it like so, you can already see we get something that looks like a grass, but we are still not finished. I will add this to my tile set here so I can replicate it, meaning whenever I create something, it's going to overlap, and this way I can fix my tiles very easily. I do want to add a bit of highlights to my grass over here, so I'll take the mid-tone and create a highlight, something like this, and put it on top of these shadows, just like so. Be sure to get all of them. Then I can create even darker shadow if I wanted to, but for now these 3 is all we need. And just like that, if you can see here in the preview, we have something that resembles a grass, just like this. Okay, so this is a simple grass tile. If I wanted to make a different one, let me just change this so to something like this. I can create a bit lighter tone. And then I would just take one shadow color, nothing else. And I would create different patterns. Just like this. This one doesn't look actually like a grass, so I'm going to delete it. I'm always looking here in the preview how they look. So if you perhaps wanted a grass with a less amount of details, you can always create that one as well. And this is pretty much it. So if I take this, again, I need to fix the seams. I need to overlap things. So I'll take this part and put it over here, like so. And here we go. Just like that, if you see here in the preview, we have another simple grass style. So you can create all sorts of different grass styles because there are quite a numerous different types of grasses here in the world as well as your fantasy world. So this is all for the grass styles. Welcome back. In this lesson I will explain how to create a simple dirt tile. So we already did this in one of the previous lessons in very basic form, so we are going into more details right now. We are going to use 3 colors only. So the first one is mid-tone, the second one is going to be our shading, meaning our shadow. And we are going to also have one simple highlight. So let me add this one to my tiles here so I can replicate it, just like so. And I can fix the seams right away. So all of these are just simple rocks. Maybe this one is a bit too big, so I will reduce its size. Okay, maybe in this one, break this one up. I want to create generally, but very small rocks in the dirt, or rather patterns. Okay, I'm happy with this. Now I want some highlights, so let's take this mid-tone and create a simple small highlight, like so. Okay. I want to go over all of these. I'm going only over the shadow part, as I will be coming back to this later on, but for now I'm just creating a bit of highlights. Okay, I believe this is good enough. Now I will take this shadow part again and I will just increase it where I think it's needed. So I want to fill in these empty spaces a little bit. I don't want too much of the mid-tone visible, so I'm just trying to get the balance right. Again, I'm always looking here in the preview how it looks. From far away it's okay, but I do want a little bit more of these. Okay, now I will take another color, even though I said we will take only 3. I'll just create another darker tone and go over certain parts to create an illusion of an extra depth to it. And you can be kinda random, but try not to erase the highlights if you can, like so. Okay. I'll just show the tile grid so I know where I'm at. And try to connect them. So these hardest shadow, try to connect them with each other. Okay, I'm going to break apart. Now, no need. Okay. And just like that, we have a simple dirt tile. Very easy. So if I to replicate this, you can already see how it looks. just like so. If I wanted to erase some of these hard outlines, meaning these deepest parts, I can easily do so. So to something like so. Even over here, I can erase them like this. And I can soften them up. I can see this top left corner is a bit darker than the rest of it, and this gives it a nice contrast. But if you don't want that, you can just very easily change it like so. No need to worry about it too much. Again, it's all fun and games. Literally games. Okay, so this is it for the dirt tile. In the next lesson, I will show you how to create a simple water tile. Welcome back. So in this lesson, as I've said, I will show you how to create water tile. Now this is something in the blue hue, of course, and I will take a nice blue color like this. I will add it to my tiles over here and I will replicate it. Now water is a tricky material to get a grasp on for the beginners, so I will try to keep this as simple as possible. So I'll show the tile grid. First, I'm going to create a certain shadow, so something like this. Yeah, this should be fine. And I will create waves, so something like this. Now I can either create a bunch of waves or I can create a certain pattern, putting lines like so and connecting them like this. Now bear in mind, this doesn't have to be anything by the rules, because water always moves, it's fluid, so it's kind of chaotic, but it does have its few rules. So once you put the shadows in, and those shadows are basically the bottom parts of those mini waves, now we want to put some highlights. I will pick the mid-tone and create a highlight color, and I will go over this entire part like so. So I'm aiming for my sunlight to be coming from the top right corner, and of course if the wave is like so, it will be hitting the top part of the wave first, and this is our highlight. So let's go over this entire piece and create highlights like so. So we are putting the highlight first, and then below it is the shadow tone. So like this. We also need it over here. It's a bit too thick. Okay. All right. So now we have 3 basic colors in. We need 2 more. One for the brightest highlights, which we are going to put only here, so on our lighter tone. So let's go and pick that. So we are only using this color. We are not changing anything else like this. We are only aiming for these top of the waves, and we are going to use them just in few places to indicate the highlights like so. Nothing too much, but it adds a nice depth to it. All right, and the 5th color, we are going to take our shadow color, and we can create even deeper shadow, but not too deep. And we can go over the mid-tone and try to create even higher contrast if we wanted to. If you want, you can just leave it like so. You can already see how it looks. It looks quite nice, just as it is. However, if you wanted to add a bit more tone to it, we can just add our deeper tones to it. And where do we put them? Well, you can see the highlights, then the shadows, and then it would come our darkest shadow like so. Now this creates quite a bit of contrast, as you can see, like a deep sea, which is relatively calm. But yeah, this very simply is our tile. I'm going to remove the tile grid so you can see it a bit better. And here we go. Very basic water tile. Now, what if I wanted to create a different type of tile and it contains waves? So I'm going to create a new tile, take this one and create waves. Let me just erase this part. I'm going to use the same colors. Let me create simple waves. So something like this. Even a bit more maybe. Again, just try out a few different things until you find what you like. On top of this, again, I want my highlights. Now, since I have fewer ways, I can use a bit thicker line for my shadows. Again, I want my highlight and use it only on few places, not too much, like so. All right, and here we go, we have simple waves. So if I compare these two, you can see the difference. We use pretty much the same colors. If I wanted to add this darkest shadow, I can do that as well. And you can already see how it changes over here. And I think this looks very nice. It's really easy to do. It's going to suit you very well for RPGs. And if you create some top-down shooters, maybe even something like that. And here we go. We created simple and easy waves. Alright, so this is it for now. This is it for the water tile. In the next lesson, I will explain how you can create a simple tile set. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will show you how to create a simple tile set, something that beginners have a lot of trouble with. So let me create a totally new canvas where we are starting from scratch. And if you remember my example from the previous lessons, where I did something like this and show you that you actually can use this, oops, my bad, to create different tiles, different patterns, but this isn't finished. Why? Well, because if I try to create something like this, I will have a lot of trouble creating this middle section over here. So we are missing two tiles only on this side. So if I try to take any one of these, you can see they don't connect correctly. These two do not connect at all. So we need some type of a tile that will correct this mistake. And then we need another one that will connect these, or we can use this same one if we wanted to, but we need to connect it nicely. All right, so let's go and see how we can create a tile set that works. First of all, you want to create a plus sign in the middle. From this, you want to go only on one side, because we will be flipping and rotating for the rest of these sides. For example, if I create a tile over here like so, and the rest is green, I can take this same tile, but I'm going to rotate it and create a duplicate over here. Then I'm going to do the same thing for the rest of the edges. Now, what does this mean for us? Well, it enables us to create quick and easy tiles, but also at the same time it ensures that our tiles will match each other when we try to connect them in the future. Alright, so what are we missing next? Well, we need these edges over here. So we can try to imagine how it would look from over here. This won't be an entire piece, so we need something like so. This would be just fine. And then again, I can take this piece and again I can rotate it to put it over here, like so. If I wanted to, I can go again and do the same thing for the other sides, like so. Over here. And as well on the rest of these, like so. As you can see, we are just copy pasting the same one and only rotating them. But this ensures that all of this will match nicely later on. If you try to create it in a different way, you will have a lot of trouble trying to get all of these styles correctly. So here we go. Now we are missing just one more tile, and that is this one, and we can connect these two with something like this. Again, we are taking this same tile and just rotating it so we can match it to the other sides. Again, this is really simplified, just so you can see how the tile sets are made before adding details. And here we go. Just like that, we have a tile set which will actually work. Now, of course, we can go and clean up this to look a bit better, maybe add more details, but this is a tile set that works. Just one more is missing, and that is our pure green tile. That's all there is. Now, if I try to create something like this, let me show you. So I will increase my canvas size to something like 20. So we have a lot of space to work with. Now look at this. I can create anything I want. Then I can close them off by picking the right size. If I want to close the right side, I have over this. If I wanted to close it, I can pick this one over here. If I wanted to close it like this, so suddenly, without using this middle one, I can do this by skipping this one and just connecting them, because remember, we rotated them and ensured they connect nicely. So going over this one over quickly, and even like so, you can already see how very easily we can create all sorts of different patterns if we wanted to. Let's say I want to erase these parts like so. I can take this part, then I can take this part, and this one, and this one. And you can create all sorts of different types of tiles just using a tile set. And this is why I said that RPGs and top-down 2D games most often use tiles, because you can create many different things, especially when you create few different tile sets. Alright, so this is it for how to create your own tile set. You can add the details, you can mess around with it, so feel free, relax and have fun. Welcome back. So in this challenge, I want you to do one simple exercise. Create your own tiles and create your own tile sets. Be sure to avoid seams and be sure that you can create whatever you want to. Then after you created few tiles and few tile sets, create a big canvas and try to create a simple map. Then show your map in the discussion panel so we can see your progress. Hello, in this section I will explain how to make simple backgrounds and how colors and shapes are used to create depth to our image. I will also show you a nifty little trick how to add reflection on your water surface of your surroundings, and then at the end I will of course again give you a challenge and an exercise to improve your skills even further. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a simple background. So we are going to be using a simple canvas, pretty small one for backgrounds, but I do want the width to be bigger than the height, so 60 by 40 should be just fine. Now we can approach this in many different ways. For example, if you remember the color harmonies for creating our color palettes, we can go with monochromatic, analogous, or complementary colors. Now, since people have the hardest time wrapping around the monochromatic color harmony, meaning using only one hue and then shading in different ways, I'll be using monochromatic. So let me give you just one example how that could look. Bear in mind that whenever you are doing backgrounds, especially in the low resolution like this one, you would want to watch your preview and how it looks here, because you might think there's not enough details in this image when you look at it from the close-up, but actually there are plenty of details. So let's go into this. First we need to decide on the hue. Well, let's go with something blue and see how it goes. Okay, this should be just fine. Now I do want to create my palette now, and this time I will be using the Sprites feature for these palettes. So let me just clear this one up. The way I create palettes in Sprite is quite simple. I will first create a image over here, like something like this, and I will divide it into different colors, and then Sprite will automatically pick those colors and put them here in the palette. And let me show you what I mean. So like I said, I want something in the blue hue. Okay, this can be our midtone. Again, I will be only using 5 colors, so 3 midtones, 1 highlight, and 1 darkest shadow. So we are keeping the hue the same, so we are not doing the hue shifting right now, meaning we can only use shadows using darker values and higher saturation, or even decreased saturation, again depending on what you're looking for. And this is probably the easiest way to create a color palette. And I want really dark, almost black but not black entirely. And then I want something in lighter tones and something almost completely white. Okay, so this will be our color palette. Now I can just go over here and I can click this create palette from current sprite and just click OK, and automatically it will put all of these 5 colors over here. I can just erase this black one, and then now this color palette doesn't have to take space on my canvas, so I can just use it from over here. Now let's see, what can we do with blue colors? Well, we can do, well, sky, water, well, pretty much anything if we use them correctly, but let's go with something as a sky up here, and let's divide this into 3 portions. So we will have sky, we will have water, and we will have like a landmass. So now this is the line for the sky, maybe a bit less. Again, you can just try and mess around, don't worry too much about it. You can always erase stuff and add more to it. We can say the ground can be, well, the ground can be here, like something like this. Okay, and then the water, maybe not the same color. Okay, how about I switch these 2 colors right now? Okay, so this looks pretty good for now. Now you can see here in the preview, this will be our horizontal line, meaning the line where the sky and the land connect in the furthest possible way. So let's see. This is our highlight. Okay, now I do want to create like a sun, or maybe a moon would be a bit better, since I can use blue colors to indicate that it's night quite easier. So let's create a moon. Simple shortcut, so just pick the circle one and increase the brush size until you're happy, to something like this. All right, and then as usual in the water we have those reflections, so we want to add those in as well. Okay, this is looking pretty nice. Now usually when you are creating backgrounds, you would want the things that are further away from us to be lighter in tone, and things that are closer to us higher in value. So higher contrast, meaning we want the first thing away to be in lighter tone and the closest thing in darker tone. So right now, as you can see, we have the sky and the moon in the 2 lightest tones. We have our midsection, which is the water and the reflection in our midtones, and then we will build our land over here using two darker colors. Now, due to composition, I just want to create a simple tree over here because I want the focal point, meaning the thing that will automatically drag your eye in the image, to be this moon and this reflection of the water. So I just want to quickly block out the view over here, like so. This can be our tree. We don't have to add anything more to it. It's fine just like it is. And maybe sort of a brush in like a bush over here. Might be a bit too big, so yes, this looks just fine. And now to differentiate between the land and the water, we need to add more details, because right now it looks like they connect, like this is some kind of a beach, which it can be. You can certainly do that, but I want this to be more sort of a cliff. So I want to add this higher contrast to these pieces over here, just so I can create the illusion that this is indeed a cliff. Again, using higher contrast in this case means that things are closer to us. Just like that, you can already see here in the preview, this looks much better. Now you can do all sorts of things. You can add a little people over here if you wanted to. Maybe they are sitting. Maybe you can add more of them. Maybe they are waving to the moon. Who knows? You can do whatever you want to. But yeah, this is how you can use monochromatic colors, color harmony, to create something as simple as this, but yet pretty nice. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will explain how shadows, colors, and shapes influence your background image. Now, in the previous lesson, I made this really quick and simple image. I've pulled up two images from one of my old works, so I can explain just very quickly what I mean without too much hassle. So, as you can see, the more details we have here in the front, like parts of these, I believe, flowers, yeah, it's better because we are closer to them when we are looking from this perspective. When you look at these flowers on the ground, which are the same colors as these ones, you don't see as many details, of course. Same applies to the grass. When I look at it from close up, I have more shadows, more tones, more midtones, but as I go more and more away, the amount of details becomes less and less. The focal point of this image is, of course, this tree, which in that game for the client I've made is really important for quests. And yeah, this is pretty much it. Now, another example is this image over here. Now, when you look over the hills, so hills in the background, you can already see we have sort of 3 layers, and each of those layers is a bit different than the previous one. So these two, so the first one is high in saturation, the second one becomes a bit darker, and the third one even more blends in with the atmosphere. So when you think about objects and how far away they are from you, you need to be aware of that they will become influenced by the atmosphere, and you should just shade them correctly. But even though this is a high resolution, sort of, it's 320 by 160, when it comes to smaller resolution like these ones, you still need to be well aware of that this still functions in low resolution as well. So if I put something like this highly contrasted color over here, you can already see how it influences our image. So this might be a boat if we wanted to, but if I wanted a cloud, for example, if I wanted to add a cloud, so something like this, the contrast is too high right now. We can use lower shades just to indicate those clouds much easier. Okay, so be careful when you are using different colors and especially shades and shapes. Now, for example, when it comes to shapes, you can see this flower over here is quite big, but these ones are already quite a bit smaller, so they are what, 5 or 6 pixels in total, whereas these ones are a lot more. And if I go even further, you can see there are only 2 pixels, and that's fine. They are here just to add a bit more color to this entire image. But overall, you should be careful that the closer the object is, the more details it will have. The further away it is, the less details. This applies to the ground, to the grass, to the objects, to everything. And when it comes to those same principles, the further something away it is from us, the lighter it will be in the colors, especially because it becomes influenced by the atmosphere. Okay, so this is it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will show you how you can add to your water a reflection of the surroundings. And it's quite simple using transparency or alpha when it comes to colors. Now let's say I want something extremely simple like so. I want a water, let's say, let's put it here like so. Now I won't be going into too many details, especially not for this example, because I just want to show you the trick. So let me create something for the landmass. It can be something like green. Maybe we have few shapes over here, doesn't matter really, just so you can see the effect. Then I need the sky, which is of course in the blue hue, so something like this. Maybe I can even add some sort of the mountains behind. Again, I won't be shading in anything. This is just so I can show you the trick, but it's quite useful trick. Alright, so what if I want to project them here onto my water? Now what would I want to do? Well, I can pick these ones that I want the projection to be on the water. So I want the landmass, these few shapes, which can be like trees or bushes or whatnot, and I wanted the mountains. So I use my magic wand tool. If you have put them in separate layers, you can just select the layers, but essentially I want to copy paste them, so you can see over here, and I do want to put them, at least in this software, on another layer. Now I can go here and I can flip them vertically, so upside down, and now we have something here on our water. Now I do want to reduce the transparency, so I will take my layer and reduce the opacity down to, let's say, something like 73%, and that's pretty much it. You're all done. You have your reflection of the water. Now if you want to go a bit further, you can even distort the image a little bit. You can, if you want to introduce a bit of waves to the image, that's completely fine. You can do it just like so, with few simple straight lines. You can create that, and here we go. You have a very simple and very easy way to replicate whatever your surrounding is onto your water surface, especially if it's a calm water surface. If it's like a big giant waves, then it's something else. But yeah, this should work for pretty much any of your beginning backgrounds. Welcome back. In this challenge I will give you one simple exercise. Draw images, nothing else. So you can go online and search and Google for your favorite artists, be it digital or traditional, maybe even photographers. If you don't have any favorite ones, you can just Google whatever you want to draw. So if you like castles, you can Google castle images, and then try to use those images as a reference to create your pixel art. Of course, try to simplify that image as much as possible and in the lowest resolution possible as well, using the smallest possible color palette. Now, if you want to draw something with a focus, I will give you 2 or 3 simple images. First one is this one, a simple forest. Now, all of these 3 images are a part of my portfolio, so you're not allowed to use them commercially, but you can use them for research and education purpose, which we are doing right here. So use them as a reference image only. Now, notice one thing. When we go into our background, our colors become darker and darker instead of lighter, even though it is daylight. And that is because the further away we go in the forest, the thicker everything becomes and the less sunlight we get, and we can barely see what is actually in the background. Same thing applies to this next image, which is a labyrinth. Now, of course, this is a closed room, so the further away we go, the darker it becomes. In my previous lessons, I've showed you examples where our environment would influence our colors, and that is because it was daylight and we could see everything clearly. But in these 2 cases, it can become darker. So depending on the situation, we can have different results. And the last image is sewers. Now, this one is kind of easy to make because it has a really small color palette, but at the same time it's kind of highly detailed. So I will post in one of the next sections, more advanced one, the speed paint of this entire process with my commentary. So if you want to replicate this one, use smallest amount of possible color palette when it comes to it. Don't try to make everything just as it is, because you will be creating it in lower resolution, so you won't be able to put as many details as you would like to. Same thing applies to these ones. If you want to take your chances and be brave, the entire picture of all of these 3 images is the same. The resolution is 320 by 160. So 320 by 160. This is the width and height of all of these images. Now, remember to have fun and relax. You don't have to get everything correctly. Use reference images online, and please remember to post your images in the discussion. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this section, I will show you how to draw different pixel art characters. We will start from low resolution, like 8 by 8 pixels canvas. Then we will move on to 16 by 16 and then 32 on 32 pixel art characters. At the end, I will give you, of course, a challenge where you will have to create different characters in different resolutions so you can polish your skills. Welcome back. So we finally got to creating our first characters. Now this part is really exciting. Now I want to start with extremely low resolution. So in this lesson I will show you how to create 8 by 8 pixel art character, meaning it will be on the canvas that is 8 by 8 pixels. So let's create just that. Now these characters are one of the cutest ones you can possibly create, so let's try and have fun. Okay, so let me just, oh, it's already like that. Anyways, we will go and create our character very simply. First of all, you need to think about what you want to create. I want to put some eyes onto my character, so let's do that. We can put 2 pixels like so, or we can even spread them apart a little bit more. Now you do need to have in mind this is extremely simplified character. If we are going by the basics and realistic human anatomy, you won't be able to achieve this on this canvas, which really isn't important because this is a game and it doesn't have to be realistic. So let's create a body for our little guy over here. We can create maybe something like this. Now I will just create a background layer, which I will put in a lighter tone, just so you can see him a bit better. All right. So we need legs, and we can put something like so. This sort of looks like a minion if it were rounded, but yeah, let's just ignore that. All right, so this is pretty much it. If we want, we can add like few arms, maybe something a bit darker for the color, like so. If you wanted to create a certain different, let's say a race to your game or a platformer, this is really nice. Now look how we can simply achieve a little character using just a few pixels. Let's go even more. Let's say we want to create a gnome, for example. We want to add few more pixels to our feet just so they're wider. We can keep the eyes where they are. We can maybe change the color of our skin to something like this, and then we can maybe put some sort of a hat like so. Maybe giving green a bit too bright, so something like green. We can give him like few arms. We can maybe put our eyes a little here at the bottom, and here we go. Just like that, we have something that looks like a gnome. Now all of these characters are really easy to so please have fun with them. Let's go from scratch. Let's try to create something else, and then we can start either with eyes, we can start with the feet, we can start with the body, however you like to. So let's create different eyes. This time they will be more spread apart, so something like so. We can then again add our skin tone. Let's put our character a bit to the left. All right, now we have our body, we have our huge head for our character, which is completely fine. We are not drawing anything realistically. Now let's say we want to make him a knight. We want to have something like an armor, so something like this. We might want to have a simple, let's say a shield. It can be in brown color. It doesn't have to be completely square. We can do something like so. We can give him a sword if we wanted to. Again, this part is completely creative, so just relax and have fun. Especially these low resolution ones. You can create a bunch of different characters in such a short amount of time. And sometimes games like this that develop really quickly can sometimes be extremely fun to play as well. Now we want to maybe, yes, let's make a bit more space. So I'll put my character over here. We can give him a sort of a helmet. So something like this. And then we can give him a simple sword, like so. And he can hold onto that sword, like this. And just like that, we have a simple character, even with a sword and a shield in such a low resolution. Now, isn't that cool? We can create wizards, we can create rangers, we can create all sorts of things, so feel free to have fun. In the next lesson, I will show you how to create a character on 16 by 16 pixels canvas. I'll see you then. Welcome back. So in the last lesson I showed you how to create 8 by 8 pixel art character. Now we will go on to 16 by 16 pixels. So let's create a bigger canvas. And here we go. Now again, I want to just create a background that is a bit lighter. And this time I'll be using only the shapes. So I won't be adding the facial features like here, meaning the eyes and then the body. I'll go only with the shapes itself. Now usually you can, when it comes to art, you can take and make your entire character into 8 pieces, meaning our entire body height would be of 8 heads. So when you go and create 8 heads like so, we would get a full height of our character. Now, if you are introduced in art, you may already know this is like a perfect form of humans that Greeks wanted or whatever, but we can use this as a guideline to create our characters. So since we have only 16 pixels of height, then we can divide it by 8 and we can have like 2 by 2 pixels of our head width and height. Now, after we placed our head, we can place 1 pixel for our neck. Then we want our shoulders, and then we want to go and pretty much find a half point where our legs will begin. So on our 8 pixel, which is over here, this is where our legs will begin. Let me just change the color to something else, and here we go. We can input it like so. Now we have already something that resembles a human using only shapes. If we wanted to add arms, which we kind of should, we can go from the shoulders like so, and the arms end a little bit here where the hips are. Now we can create something like this if we wanted to. We can keep him like as a square, and that's completely okay. Now let's try to use this one and see what we can come up with. Again, I want to put my skin tone in first. You can use whatever you want to. You can even start with the clothes straight on. Now notice one thing, when we are keeping this shape, we don't have eyes. So if we try to put eyes here, we simply don't have the space to do so, because we need at least 1 pixel apart in order to create eyes. Otherwise we can have like sort of a visor or something like that, but one by one eye we won't be able to achieve that like so, unless he's a boogie eye or something. Well, let's go with something really classic. We can have fun, like something in blue colors, maybe something complementary, so something in the orange. I want to desaturate it a bit lighter. Okay. Now we can add sleeves to our character, and we don't have to. We can do whatever we want. We can add a mask to him, to his face, like so. If he's a ninja, we can completely put him like so in the black. Who will know? Maybe he's a burglar. Maybe he has like a bandana. Maybe we want to give him a red color over here, so perhaps we want to use blue and white colors, or even black and brown colors to, maybe we can make him a pirate, who knows. You can add a bit of textures like so over here. Maybe he has something over here. Maybe he even has a sword on his back. Who knows? Because we can pretty much create whatever we want to. Like some sort of a fantasy sword. Like huge big one. Like a pirate with a huge two-handed sword. I mean, ain't that fun? Alright, so as you can see, very quickly we can create different characters. Now I will be showing you how to create animations for different types of characters, but for now, you know, just relax and have fun. You can start with this body, which we've done at the beginning, and then you can go from there. You can start with the shapes, then you can add different shapes to them if you want to. Now let's say you don't want a realistic one. We can create even bigger one, so like wider character. For now we are keeping our perspective for like platformers, so we are looking straight onto the people. When we go into top down and RPG view, we will be using something different, like Pokemon, for example, Zelda, etc. But for now, let's keep it in a platformer. Again, you can create a huge head, just put a giant square. You can decide where you want your legs to be, like so. They can be thicker, they can be thinner. Our character can be thicker like so. These can be his arms. We can round even up his head a little bit. Since we are looking at him at the side view, we want to add something in such a big head that will indicate that he's looking to the side. You have this entire where the chin begins. We want to indicate that part, so we can just erase 1 pixel. Again, we can add our skin tone. Again, you can use anything for skin tone. If he's an alien, you can use like green, blue, whatever. Just feel free. Adding a little bit of clothing, like this can be something like Neanderthal, maybe, if you want to keep it in it like so. We can go and even erase a bit of the clothing. We can, hell, we can, if we wanted to, we can even make like a cute little dress like so. If you want, you can even add let's say a hair. We can add like a purple hair. Like a huge purple hair going all over the body. Like so. And we are not using any shadows here. We are not using we are using just one color for one tone. We are not having highlights, shadows, anything. We are just having fun with characters. Remember, pixel art is something that should be simplified. We can add shadows if we wanted to. So if we take this tone, I can darken it up a little bit. And then wherever our hair is falling, we can add a bit of shadow. We can take this same color for our dress, and wherever it folds, we can give it like few wrinkles. Again, wherever the shadow is falling, we can create it like so. Just like that, we have a simple character. We can add eyes if we wanted to. You can keep the eyes away. So you can add something like this. If you wanted to create something really funny, you can go with something like this. I mean, it's all up to you. Just have fun. It's your canvas, it's your world. You can do whatever you want to. I'm just showing you guidelines how you can create different characters, but this entire canvas has enormous amounts of possibilities. So relax and have fun. I'll see you in the next lesson where I will show you how you can create a 32 by 32 pixel art character. Welcome back. So in this lesson I will show you how to create 32 by 32 pixel art character. Now this canvas can be a bit intimidating to beginners, but it's really not that scary. Yes, when you multiply 32 by 32 you get 1024 pixels. That's quite a lot of possibilities, especially when it comes to millions of colors that you have available in your RGB section. Let's just jump into it and show you how to create few simple characters. Now we can use the guideline of 8 heads, which is quite simple. So let's say you want to create a head which is 4 pixels tall, and somewhere on the half we want to find where our hips begin. So here we have the 16 pixel, and this is where our hips will be. Now let me just erase these ones as I want them on the next layer. Okay, the neck is 2 pixels. Then we have our torso, which can be like 2 pixels at each side, and we can just go over at the bottom, and then we can put our legs all the way to the bottom. We can even increase our hips by 1 or 2 pixels if we wanted to. Quite easy. Then we can use our hands and arms to create them like so. We can soften things up if you want to by erasing these 2 pixels here on the shoulders. Now this is only shape of our character, as we can create all sorts of different things with him. Let me show you a few different things you can do. One, you can put colors in for, let's say, skin tone. Now with this, for an alien, you can put any color you like. It can be purple, it can be green, whatever you want. So we need clothing. We can put somewhere over here, like very simply. Maybe his bare feet, so he doesn't have any shoes. Maybe we want to give him some sort of a shirt with long sleeves. Yeah, long sleeves and short sleeves here on the legs. Maybe this is a sweater, so let's give him a hood in the back. And just like that, we have a very simple character. Now, if you wanted to create him in, let's say, different body proportions, we can certainly do so. Let me duplicate this character, and let's say his legs will be a bit thicker. And this is completely fine by itself. Now I just want to, now since our body is hiding this time our arm, we can't really see him, so this is a bit bulkier character. If you want to create someone, let's say fat, we can just increase the size of the belly, like so. We can increase also the size of the legs. Maybe he doesn't have a hoodie. Probably not. And here we go, just like that, we have a more fat character. Now, if you wanted a skinnier character, we can certainly do so as well. I can duplicate this character. Again, I will put the legs a bit closer, so like so. I can erase this entire part, and we can already see he is quite a bit skinnier because we have less pixels to work with. Then I can erase this part, and here we go. If he is like really skinny, we can even erase these parts over here on the hips, but this is like starvation or something like that. Okay, so using something like this, we created normal character, skinny character, fat character. Again, even here we can put maybe a bit of chin, maybe even a thicker head. But yeah, remember to have fun. I mean, the canvas is just a tool for your imagination to create something. So use your imagination, see what you can come up with, and just feel free to experiment. This is really important because by experimenting, you practice your imagination. Let me give you just one quick example. We can go with a lot bigger head. Let's say it's a square on a new layer. A bit too big, let's say a bit smaller. Okay. Let's go with let's say a circle. Completely fine. It's 19 pixels of, let's say 20 pixels. Just to round it up, nothing more. Alright. Now, you don't have to use full width and height of your canvas. 32 by 32 pixels is just your canvas, and you should just use it as much as possible, but you don't have to use it entirely. So let's see, we can have like body, we have the legs. Why does this remind me of Silent Happiness? Yeah, never mind. Okay, so if I go with some kind of, let's say, some kind of pants, maybe some kind of a shirt. This might be a green one. Again, you can create wizards, you can create knights, you can create anything, really anything. So let's say our character is watching a bit to the side, and his arms are like so, a bit stiff. Maybe you can give him a sleeves. And let's say we want to give him some big eyes. Like really big eyes. A bit too big. Like so, maybe some creepy smile. And just like that, I mean, it's quite funny, but just like that, you have like a character for a horror game, for example. I mean, or something like comedic, never mind. But yeah, the point is just have fun, relax, experiment. So these are just few ways how you can create different characters on this canvas. But really, if you want to even expand your knowledge, you can always go online and just Google 32 by 32 pixel art characters, because there are many of them. There are thousands upon thousands of styles of different characters. I just shown you a few different ones over here. Okay, so this is it for this lesson. Welcome back to the challenge. So I will give you one simple exercise. I showed you how to draw 8 by 8 pixel art character, 16 by 16 pixel art character, and then 32 by 32 pixel art character. The exercise is very simple. Create 10 different characters in each resolution. So 10 characters in 8 by 8, 10 characters in 16 by 16, and 10 characters in 32 by 32 pixels. Remember, you don't have to create only 10. This is really the bare minimum for practice. You can create hundreds if you want to. Once you finish your characters, please post them in the discussion panel so we can all check them out. Welcome! In this section, I will show you how to create very simple animation and explain what animation is. I will also show walk and run animations on 8 by 8 pixel characters, 16 by 16 characters, and 32 by 32 pixel characters. I will also show you attack animation and few different motion blurs. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will explain what is animation. Animation is a technique where we combine static images to create the illusion of movement. Movies do it, game industry does it all the times, so we need to understand what exactly it is. Those single static images are called frames. So every single frame is important in our animation, especially in pixel art where we are animating mostly frame by frame. So let me give you an example. You can see this little ball bouncing around in low resolution, and this is animation. You can see the movement clearly, but each of these frames, each of these single images is static by itself. If I were to pull out this single frame out of the context, it would just be a simple image. However, by combining those images together, especially when they are similar to each other, and the only difference in that image is what creates the illusion of movement. So you can see the background itself is always the same, but the only thing that changes is this little ball, and when it moves, it creates this illusion. So the things that are changing from frame to frame is what creates the illusion of movement. Okay, so this is it for this lesson. In the next lessons, I will show you how to simply animate different things as well as our characters. Welcome back. In this lesson, I will show you how to animate a simple grass moving. You can use this grass in platformers, 2D action shooters, pretty much whatever you like. So let's go and create a simple canvas. Let's say it's 32 by 32 pixels. And let's say we want to create something like a mock-up for our platformer. So let's create our sky, we need our dirt, and we need our grass. But remember, the objects that we are going to animate will need to be different on a different layer. So let's go and create a new layer. So this will be our background layer that we won't be animating. You can think of them as tiles. So we can put BG. We can lock that layer and create a new one, which will be our grass, which will animate. Now let's create a simple grass. We can use just a few pixels. So let's say it's going to be 5 pixels tall, and we can put it like this. No need to add shadows, nothing like that required for now. I might create it a bit darker. Yeah, I'll keep it light like so. Okay, so how to animate it? Well, when the wind hits the grass, it will move and then bounce back. So first we need to decide where is the wind coming from. It's going to be coming from the right to the left. So it's going to be hitting from this side, like so. let's animate it. So this will be our first frame. Then we can add another frame and change it just slightly. Since the wind is hitting, we need to start moving our grass in the direction of the wind. Then we can create and duplicate this layer and create another layer, another frame, and then pull it back even more. And then we can even take this little one over here and pull it as well. Then on another frame, we are going to pull this entire grass like so. I meant this top part. And now what happens? Well, when the wind has passed our little grass, it will want to go back and then bounce. So let's put it back together. You can do this either by duplicating these 3 frames, or you can simply go and animate it towards the back. And let's do this frame to frame. So I want to go back. And on the next frame, I want it to be in the default position. Like so. Now if you take a look at the first and 7th frame, they are completely the same. But if you look at the animation, it looks a bit off. It looks a bit too stiff. So we want to add a little bounce to our animation. So when the wind has passed our grass, and since our grass is flexible and really thin, it will bounce back. So let's create this on the last frame, a little bounce to the back, like so. And you can already see this is quite a bit better. If we add just another frame where we can bounce our entire grass, and then we need to bounce it again just a little back towards the first frame, which is this one. You can already see how our grass is animated. Now, if you want to animate more of this, you can put this in Unity like as a prefab or something. But if you animate it like so, you can actually take this entire layer and you can duplicate it. Just a few seconds. And once you duplicate it, you can actually take this entire layer and move it to the side. And now you have 2 grasses animating at the same time. Now, the one key thing to think about this is, well, the wind won't be hitting the 2 of these grasses at the same time. It will go in different ones. So we can just extend our first frame on our duplicate just a little bit, like so. Let's see, like we can create another one over here, like this. So I created another, just another frame, and I'm going to take this top one, so our grass copy, which is the left one, and I will pull those frames just to the side, like so. And I do want to keep our position here, so I will want to just copy paste this position as well as this one. And now you can already see our grasses are moving in different time periods just by one frame, but it gives it a better illusion. Now you can do this in 100 different ways, but this is a way you can very simply animate a grass. So this is it for this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this challenge, I will give you one simple exercise. Choose an object that you've done from one of the previous challenges when we drew objects from simple geometrical shapes, and just try to move them. Move them left or right, up and down, maybe rotate them and see how it looks. But keep it very simple. We will go into animation principles later on, and that is when the real animation will take place, the more complex one. But for now, this is enough. And the point of this exercise is not only that you start developing your eyes for the animation, but the most important one is that you get comfortable with animation in your software. So once we get to more serious animation, you can work a lot more quickly. Okay, so give it a try and let us know in the discussion how it went. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create a walk cycle with 8x8 pixel art character as well as an attack animation. So let's go and see what do we have here in our timeline. I prepared two very simple animations, so you can just first watch and then we will replicate it. So here we go. First, the walk cycle. We have only 4 frames. When we increase the resolution of our character, we will have more frames to work with, but for now 4 is enough. I will just go and show you how it looks. You can see here in the preview as well as here on the main canvas. I colored in my arms in orange color and my legs in the green color, just so you can see how they interact with each other. When we go and look at the frames themselves, we have only 4 of them, and our first and third frame we have this idle pose. So nothing has been changed. However, on our second and fourth frame is where the movement is happening. When you look at the second frame, you will notice the difference between the first and second frame is that the leg is now in the air and our arm has also moved up. You can try to imagine that when you are walking in real life, when you put your right leg in front of you, your right arm goes behind. Same applies to the left arm and left leg. They are always in the opposite directions. So this is what we replicated here. When our leg is moving in the front, in other words up, then our arm is going to go back a little bit. Try to imagine this little character like in real life. So when we go on the third frame, we just put it back on the ground, and on the fourth frame we do the same thing but for the other arm and leg. So we put the other leg here in the air and our arm goes in the back, and since we are looking at our character from a certain angle, then we won't be able to see this other arm. And also when you put one leg in front, the opposite arm goes in the same direction. So this is why you can see this movement. We put our leg here in the air, we put our arm also in the front, and we hidden this arm over here. On the second frame, we only did this. There's nothing more that we needed. Now, and when you look at this walk cycle, you can see how it looks pretty nice. Now, what if I wanted to change this a little bit? Well, we certainly can do so. Let me duplicate this entire layer like so. I'm going to hide this one. I just showed you a sneak peek of attack animation. We will get to that in just a few moments. Now, when it comes to walk cycle, we can simplify things. We can erase the arms altogether on all of the frames, and we can have our character move only with his legs. Now I do want to create this movement, and this is it. This is all you need. If you want your character to be entirely black in color, we can do so very easily, and you can see how he moves. So the first and third frame are the same ones. They are static, they are idle. The second and fourth is where our legs just switch. So if you look, if I put my character all 4 poses in default one, you'll see this simple idle pose. On the second frame we put one leg in the air, and on the fourth frame we put the other, and just like that we have our movement. If you want to emphasize his movement a little bit to make him more jumpy, so to speak, you can put his entire body 1 frame up on second and fourth frame. So when he puts his leg in the air, and already we have this bouncy movement, which is quite nice. When are these types of characters used? Well, we use them in platformers mostly, especially in platformers where we need very precise controls. I mean, in general, you want to have nice control and precise inputs from your player to your character. But in these types of walk cycles, when they are really short, platformer is really fast. You want this character to move really fast on your map, because otherwise it won't look good. It's all up to you. If you want arms, you can put them here. If you don't want arms, you can leave them out. You can put some clothing. It's all up to you. Pick any character from your 8x8 character collection and just try to animate a simple walk cycle. This is all you need. First and third frame are the idle poses. Second and fourth are where the movement happens. You put one leg in the front or in the air, and that same arm in the opposite direction. Then you do the same thing for the other leg and arm. That's all for now. I'll see you in the next lesson where I will show you how to make this attack animation. Welcome back. In this lesson I will show you how to create this simple attack animation and what are keyframes. So in previous lesson I showed you this walk animation, which can also be used as run animation. So on low resolution we don't need anything else. Walk and run animation on these types of characters are the same. So when we come to this attack animation, you can see here how it looks. Now let me break this down frame by frame to you. On first frame, our character is in his idle pose. I've given him a simple shield, so this is our character in default, and a simple sword. On second frame, he puts his sword in the air just by 1 pixel. This is called anticipation, and it can be used very carefully. In these types of games where you are making an action platformer or an RPG, you want your response between input of the player and the movement on the screen, meaning the animation, you want it to be very quick and snappy. So anticipation is something that you can use, but only on 1 frame. And on later lessons, I'll show you why you should try to avoid anticipation. But for now, let's stick to this example. Now, as you can see, on our second frame, our character prepares for the attack. This is called anticipation. On our third frame, our character swings down and creates this motion blur. And our fourth frame is exactly the same as the seventh one, or the third one in this case. They are completely the same, but without motion blur. So when you create motion blur, you want to make sure that at least 1 frame after the motion blur is when you have your entire character settling down. Alright, this is quite simple. So what is keyframing? Well, if I were to create a keyframe pose for our attack, it would be like this. So we have our first and fourth pose, and this is all there is to it. So I can even duplicate like so. We have only 2 poses. Those are called keyframes. Keyframes are the most important poses in your animation. Now, which are the key poses in your animation is something that you develop over time. But when it comes to walk cycles, run cycles, attack animations, they are quite simple. So basically, the first one is from your idle pose. The second can be pretty much where you attack, and that's all there is. Then you can add a few frames in between, which I've done. I created this anticipation frame and then the motion blur frame. And just like that, with 4 frames, we have very simple attack animation. I made my character really simple, so you can pretty much replicate it very easily. And if you want to try this out right now, please do so. Again, pick 1 character from your 8x8 character portfolio and just put like a sword on him or any other weapon you'd like and try to recreate this type of animation. This is all for this lesson. In the next one, we'll jump onto higher resolution character. Welcome back. So in this lesson, I will show you how to create a walk and run cycle for our character, which is on 16 by 16 pixels canvas. So you can see our pretty design of our character, which is quite similar to the previous one. And here in the preview, you can always look at how the animation looks. Now, I will explain all of the key poses which are in this animation. Don't worry about it. Now, we have essentially 4 key poses. First one is the contact pose, which is this one. You can look here on the main canvas. After the contact pose, we come to the down pose. After down pose, we have the passing pose, then up pose, and then we repeat those 4. So contact again, down, passing, up. Those are the 4 key poses, and we repeat them for each side of the body. Now, if you're not too sure if you will remember key poses, don't worry about it. I've given you a PNG file with the sequence of the entire walk cycle with each of those key poses, so you can just download it if you want and look at it as a reference, but I will also show how to use that reference in the next lessons. Before we go into creating our animation, you want to make sure you have your character. Pretty easy, right? So pick any character from your 16 by 16 pixel art characters portfolio and try to recreate this walk cycle, but be sure to watch this video first. Our first pose is the contact pose. Why is it called like that? Well, before each contact pose comes the up pose, and in our up pose our character is on one leg, he's on the toes, and on the other, well, the other leg is in the air, it's not touching the ground. So when we touch the ground and make contact with the ground, this is why it's called the contact pose. In the contact pose, the most important thing is that our legs and arms are mostly spread apart from each other when in comparison to the other poses. So you want to make sure that our legs and arms are opposite to each other, but really spread apart. And remember, when we are walking on or running, it doesn't matter, we want to make sure that our leg makes the opposite movement of our arm. For example, this leg over here goes in the back, but this arm goes in the front. Same applies to the opposite side of the body. When this leg goes in the front, the arm goes in the back. This is the movement that you really need to remember. Also, one easier trick is to remember that, well, the opposite leg from the current arm is in the same direction, meaning when our arm goes in the front, our opposite leg goes in the front as well. Quite easy. Same applies to the back. When our one leg is in the back, our opposite arm goes in the back as well. Quite easy. Okay, so what happens after the contact pose? Well, we have the down pose, also called the recoil pose by some animators. In this position, our character, after he contacted the ground, he went down a little bit to settle down just a little bit in that position. We want to move our arms and legs towards the middle of our body. So you can see the difference. Our left arm is coming from the back of our character, again in the front. Our arm is going to swing in the opposite direction, and same applies to these legs. So we want to prepare our character for the passing position, which is the next one. This is when our current leg, well, which was in the back, starts passing our front leg, current front leg. So you can see in this position we put our entire leg in the air because it's currently passing the current front one. And when you look at the arms, they are starting to be spread apart a little bit. Now on the fourth frame, which is after this passing pose, our character goes on his toes and goes up a little bit. You can keep the arms almost the same, you can just spread them apart just a little bit more, not too much, if you can see this. But the most important thing when it comes to these 4 positions, apart from the position of our legs and arms, is the height of our character. So you can see on the first and third frame the height of our character is the same. But when we come to the down pose, our character goes down by 1 pixel, and our fourth pose, our character goes up by 1 pixel, which is also why you can easily remember down and up pose. On down, our character goes down with the head height, and our up pose, our character goes up a little bit. So what happens after these 4 key poses? Well, we repeat them, but for the opposite leg. So you can see on the 5th position, this is still the contact pose. You can see the 1st and 5th frame are both the contact position. You can see how our arms are again spread apart as much as they could be on 1st and 5th. And if you look at the body, you will notice one simple thing. When you look from our angle at our character, look at his arms. They are really spread apart. And our first frame, it's same thing but for our legs. When you look on first frame, the position of our arms, you can see how they've made. On our fifth, same thing applies to our legs. One is hidden behind the other, just like our arm is hidden behind our character here. So this is the contact pose for the opposite leg. Be sure not to draw them identically, because here's what will happen. Look here at the animation. This is only four key poses for one side. Not enough, it's not finished. So we really need to add the rest of the key poses. After our contact pose, what comes again? Well, comes the down position. And again, our character is in the recall position before he goes into the passing position and our up position. So we basically just repeated the process, so I don't have to repeat the same things that I've said. And if we go through this entirely, we have this nice walk cycle. You will notice that if you look only at one leg, let's say this one, and you can see that we have 8 different positions for that leg before it goes full circle. And that's okay, but you don't need to remember 8 positions. Just remember 4 key poses, and that you need to apply them on opposite sides of the body. That's okay. Now, how about run animation? Well, run animation is quite easy. It's like walk animation when it comes to key poses, so we have the same ones, but you emphasize the movement. One also little trick to make your animation look better is that you lean your character forward a little bit. So you can see the difference between walk and run cycle. Quite nice. At the run cycle, again, we have our contact pose, we have down, we have passing, up, and in our up pose, our entire character is in the air. Not only one leg, the entire character jumps off the ground, because when you are running, your both feet get off the ground at some point. Then we repeat the contact, down, passing, and up. And we get this really nice animation. Now, what happens really often in run animation is that when you go in the up position, between the up pose and our passing pose, we put another frame in between if you want to smoothen out the transition, or you can increase the length when the character is in the air for, let's say, by 50%, and look what happens to our animation. You can see how he spends more time in the air than before. This is just a little trick that can help you out. But when it comes to run and walk animation in the games, and you create characters like these, it's quite okay and it's quite alright. For example, Super Mario, he uses this similar resolution for the character, but he only has 3 key poses for his run cycle, and he doesn't repeat for the opposite leg. So he has only 3 positions, and after those 3 they only repeat, which is quite nice design and quite minimalistic. But if you want to learn the full walk cycle, this is what you need. In the next lessons I will show you how you can create walk cycles with less frames using different key poses, but for now this should be it. Okay, in the next lesson I will show you the attack animations for our character. Welcome back. So in this lesson I'll show you an attack animation for our 16 by 16 pixel character. Remember, our canvas is 16 by 16 pixels, not our character in its entirety. Okay, so here we have 2 different attacks, one that can be used in the games and the other one that can be, well, also used in games, but different types. Before I go into explaining each and every different frame, if you remember, in our previous lesson, when we created attack animation for 8x8 character, we had the anticipation frame, so when he prepared his sword in the air and then attacked. Again, this is something that you can do, but extremely limited. When you go to the high resolution and you want high responsiveness from your character, you need to completely skip that anticipation frame completely. Just ignore it because you don't actually want to use it when it comes to those types of games. Now here you can take a look. Allow me to lighten up this background a little bit. Okay. Here we go. So our first character, when you look at him, you can see this is his default position. Nothing special about it. However, on the next frame, immediately he is already in his full attack position entirely. We also created a nice blur effect again on his arm, just to create a nicer effect, more impact to his entire attack. Now, after this second frame, on third frame, this one is identical, but you can see the body is moved just 1 pixel to the back, nothing more. The body is in the identical position, but he goes just 1 pixel back. This gives this animation this snappiness. And when you look at the motion blur, it starts to disappear. It starts to move away from our character like some sort of a sound wave. On our next frame, we want our character to settle in after the attack, so he goes a little bit towards his original position, and you can see our blur is still here but almost completely gone. And on our last frame, our character transitions towards our idle frame, the beginning one. Now you can see there's quite a lot of movement in our character. He goes away and then he travels back a little bit. This type of animation is completely fine when it comes to games where you have turn-based combat and you have static like characters on one side of the battlefield and the other, and then after the attack animation is finished, he goes back to his original position. So turn-based attack animations, completely okay for that. However, if you have your character in a platformer or an action RPG, you want something similar to this. So after he attacks, we have again the same. He attacks fully, goes back by 1 pixel, but this time he settles in right on the same spot. He doesn't move back. You can see in the first one, he goes back a little bit towards his first position, but in the second attack, he stays right where he is after this snap feeling, right on the same position. And he doesn't return back to his original position, because in platformers, action RPGs, after you attack in the direction in which you are attacking, you want your character to stay exactly there, because it would feel strange if he suddenly went back. In any case, we have again just a few simple frames. The attack frame, you want to snap him back a little bit and then slowly transition him to the idle position. When it comes to motion blur, immediately on the first frame, create the motion blur in its full effect. Then you want to basically erase part of the motion blur, but move it away from the character. And on the last frame, we want our motion blur to be almost completely gone. And just like that, we have very, very simple animation. Another thing that you can notice, look at our back arm. Immediately, it's gone. It's gone, completely gone. And our leg is a bit in the air just to create that nicer effect. And when we go back, we still don't see the back arm. Only when we go back, almost back to the other position, we can finally start seeing our left arm in our image. Okay, so this is it. Quite simple to do an attack animation. This time we are using fists and not swords. I will show you in the next lessons on even high resolution pixel art character how you can create different types of motion blur for, let's say, attack with a sword. For now, this should be enough. Welcome back. So in this lesson, I will show you how to create a walk and run cycle for our 32 by 32 pixel art character. You probably noticed this reference file over here, which I've shared with you in the previous lessons. So we finally get to the familiar design. Essentially, we have 4 different walk cycles. well, 3 that can be used. The fourth one is really here only for a bad example. So let me show you what I mean. Again, we have our 4 key poses, contact, low, passing, high, and then we repeat them for the opposite leg. Let me show you how full walk cycle looks like. You can see very nice, very fluid. Now, what happens if we erase certain keyframes, certain key poses? Well, if we erase low and high, so we leave only the contact and passing positions, you can see what we get. There is no bounciness to our character which is needed, but try to think about this. On our 8x8 character, we used these exact 4 frames, so the contact and passing one. But it was more than enough for our run and walk cycle, because our character was extremely simplified with no details, well, extremely low amount of details, and that was enough. But when we increase the resolution for our character, he needs more frames. But 8 frame walk cycles, so contact, low, passing, high, repeated 2 times, those 8 frames are enough for any higher resolution character. So you can create a character like 16 by 16 pixels, it can be 32 by 32, it can be even 500 by 500 pixel art character, doesn't matter. These 8 poses, these 8 frames, 4 key poses are enough to convey a walk and run animation cycle. So yes, once you learn these 8 and you master them, that's all you need, and you'll be able to create any type of walk and run cycles. In the intermediate lessons, I will show you how to create different walk cycles, so how the character walks when he's happy, when he's sad, etc. But for now, this is the default one and should be more than enough to explain what happens. Alright, if we add to our contact and passing positions just one of these two, either low or high, look what happens. Here I will add the low position. You can immediately see that our animation is much more fluid and it's quite snappier. This is quite a fast movement. Now if I reverse the situation, if I use the high position instead of low, you can see the effect is almost the same, but not quite. There are slight differences, but you can pretty much use whichever you like. Personally, I would use contact, low, and passing instead of high, but it's all up to you. Now if we complete the picture and use all 4 of these, you can see how our animation is quite nice and fluid. Now it doesn't matter what type of character you have in this resolution. If you have certain long limbs like character over here, you can just replicate the position of the legs and arms and the height of our character and you'll be just fine. Now what is the difference between our walk cycle and run cycle? Well, look what happens if I add on our high position. I create our character just jumps a little bit. You can see he's, well, quite jumpy, like let's say a little girl. Who knows? Why is that? Well, look here. The contact, low, and passing are identical to the walk cycle, but on our 4th frame we have the high position, the high key pose, which is different from this one, in a manner that he jumps in the air, and just like that you have a very happy character. Now if you want to create a full run cycle, look what happens. Quite easy, right? You want, now in this specific case, because in previous lessons I showed you what happens when character bends his entire body a little bit to the back, to the front I mean, and what is the effect. Now look at the effect if our character keeps his entire spine completely straight all the way through. We can again create a run cycle, so you can see how our legs are much more emphasized, especially the arms, in comparison to the walk cycle. When we walk, we keep our arms and legs close to our center of the body. When we run, well, they go further away, and this is what we replicated over here. Just like that, a simple run cycle. So this is all the basic knowledge you need to create a walk cycle. Again, the most important thing is to practice. So after I cover the attack animation for this character with the different types of motion blurs, I will give you finally a challenge and exercise. Welcome! In this lesson I will show you how to create a motion blur on the attack of our simple 32 by 32 pixel character. Now you should notice that in this specific case we are using more than 32 pixels of height, and that's completely fine. As I said in one of the previous lessons, when you are creating animations for your character, you want to make sure you have enough space for items, weapons, special effects on your canvas for your animation. Because when you export it and import it in a game engine, that won't matter. All that empty space will be irrelevant. So I created very simple sword attack. We have one key pose, which is when our character is preparing for the attack, and the second one is the attack itself, and this is all there is. This same pose has 3 same frames. We won't be adding here that snappy effect where I put my character 1 pixel to the left or down maybe. You certainly should do so if you want to create a whole animation, but here I want to point this out just so you can see a few different motion blurs. Because when we start creating our first whole beginner level project, we'll be creating the character with detailed attack animation, walk animation, everything. So let's see how this attack looks without any motion blur. Really simple, right? Not much to it going on. So let's see motion blur number 1. See how it looks. Now, what happens here? Well, when our character attacks, we want to create a motion blur from our first position to the second, and we want to create this curvature to our motion blur, because this essentially is saying that this arc is the arc of our movement of the sword. Quite easy to do. Just pick the same color as is your sword. So if you wanted this to be like a metal, we can choose lighter desaturated blue tones, but for now this is completely okay, just to demonstrate. Then on the second frame, remember our body is always completely still, nothing else is happening. I want your focus to be on the motion blur. Then on the second frame of the motion blur, we just erased certain parts of our motion blur, and you can just experiment. You can literally just go and erase some of them and then move them 1 pixel down, and you will get something like this. Again, this isn't anything specific. You can just mess around, play around, and see what works the best for you. After that, we want to erase even more of our curvature, meaning more of our motion blur, and again we can just leave it as it is. And when you see, this is a pretty nice and easy to do motion blur. Not much to it, but yet then again it gives it that nicer feeling. Let's see motion blur number 2. This one is even shorter. This one only has 2 frames. See? What happens here? Well, you take your sword and the arms and you just duplicate them on one layer, and essentially you just want to create like few duplicates of your sword, and you can see what happens. Then we can take this same frame and just leave it there for 1 frame extra. So basically we have 1 frame that lasts twice as long, or you can have 2 frames in normal duration. Just like that, we have very simple motion blur. Now, this isn't something that you should use without extra movement on your character. This applies pretty much to all of these, but you can see it's not as fluid as the rest of these. So motion blur number 3. What happens here? Well, these kinds of attacks are used when we have really, well, of course, really quick motion, but I've seen this effect in a lot of RPGs as well as action platformers. This is really nice effect, and it's quite simple to do. We have only 2 frames, and again we want to make sure that we create a certain arc from position 1 of our sword to position 2 with our motion blur. Okay, and we want this to be extremely straight, so we don't want motion blur where it's really curved. We want straight ones, meaning we want really nice straight lines when it comes to creating something like this. So we don't want a slow curve, we want nice sharp edges. This is the first frame, and the second frame is the same. You just erase this longer tail of this entire motion blur effect, and then you shade it in with darker colors. That's all you need. And you can even create this shadow on this top part, and just like that we have very nice and simple motion blur. Let's try different colors. You don't have to. I put red just because, well, I could. What if you wanted a green effect? Well, you can certainly do so, and then just on first frame this is the green, then at second we already want something darker. We don't want to leave in this example we have red, but we don't turn in purple. We don't leave it as red. So if this is green, then we can certainly go and darken it up into darker green, and then even darker for our tail over here. And just like so, we have again very nice simple color palette. Now if you want to create something even different, you can go with, let's say, yellow color. The reason why I haven't picked yellow is because you can barely see it in the background, but nonetheless I will show you. And you can see how this looks. Now you can combine let's say yellow with different colors. It doesn't have to be orange, it can be even red for all intensive purposes. Now you can even put a little tail in purple color, like so, maybe a bit darker, and here we go, just like that. It's quite easy to do. You can just mess around. So these are the three easy ones. Motion blur number 1 is when we have really nice curve, full motion blur, then we gradually reduce its size and its detail. Then we have the motion blur number 2, where we essentially just duplicate the sword and certain parts of the hands to create this easy motion blur. Then we have number 3, which create this sort of a sci-fi look to it. Okay, so this is it for this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome back. So in this challenge I want you to do one simple exercise, but this one is really important. Please do practice it until you feel really comfortable with creating walk and run animations. The attack animations aren't so important in this case because we'll be doing advanced attack animation in the future lessons, but for now walk and run animation are extremely important. So go back to your old characters that you created previously, all of them, 8x8 characters, 16x16, 32x32. You should have at least 10 of those from each resolution if you've done the challenges correctly. And then pick 3 of those from each resolution. So 3 characters from 8x8 resolution, 3 characters from 16x16, and 3 from 32x32 pixel canvas. Then for each of those characters create walk animation, and create run animation, and create attack animation. So each specific character should have 3 different animations, except 8x8 pixel characters. Those can only have 2 animation, one which is attack and the other one which is the walk and run animation at the same time. Please post your results in the discussion panel so we can all see your progress.